It's hard to overstate this mission. Just, I guess, talk to us a little bit about the preparations, what we're looking at now in the next 3 hours here.
Well, Elizabeth, right now, these astronauts are getting really comfy. You know, it's interesting because I've always asked astronauts, what is it that you're feeling right before you lift off, especially during that final countdown? And they say it's total relaxation because they are just sitting there and waiting for this moment that they've been preparing for so long. In this case, this has been years in the making. So you see them right there in there, making sure that they're checking everything. They are speaking with launch control here on the ground. You know, we always talk about mission control. That's actually in Houston, and that control room takes over once they are in space and that mission actually begins. But right here, they're speaking with launch control. They're talking through all the things to make sure that everything is checking out. They are checking everything out. And at some point before this launch, there is going to be what they call the final go or no go, and that's when the control room there, the launch control, will actually say, go. And that is where they take a poll of everyone in the room and they will each say go or no go. That poll is extremely important in deciding whether this is a launch that's happening today. But so far, the weather, fingers crossed, is holding up.
Gio, if it is a go, this really is an historic mission, something that we haven't seen in more than 5 decades.
Oh, this is absolutely huge because we're talking about astronauts who will go farther than any human has gone before. They're basically going to slingshot around the moon. So this is the part of the moon, the backside of the moon, that no human eyes have ever been able to see. So that's going to be extraordinary that these 4 astronauts will be the first to see with their eyes that side of the moon. And it's going to be really important because that's going to be essentially how they decide when and where they land on the moon in 2028, when they officially make that landing. Because again, they're not going to be landing. This is a test flight. They're going around the moon. But once they do land, they are going to actually help decide where that landing actually happens, because they're going to see that with their eyes. So they're going to be looking at that, and then they're going to come on back. It's a 10-day mission. We're talking about 685,000-mile journey. So it is a long ways away. But once you actually get humans there on the surface of the moon, you're talking about potentially building a lunar base and then eventually having humans travel to Mars from there. So, I mean, we're talking years away from that, but it's quite extraordinary that this is the beginning of a new space race, and America appears to be front and center of it.
Yeah, and mind-boggling just to think, seeing that side of the moon that no one has ever seen. Gio Benitez, who covers all things space and transportation. So happy to have you there for us. Thanks so much, Gio. Let's take another live look at that launch pad and history in the making as the U.S. prepares to send humans back to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years. We've got some large crowds of spectators gathered along the beach in Titusville, Florida, waiting to watch this launch in person. And that is where we find ABC's Mola Lenghi. So, Mola, what's the atmosphere there like as this countdown now gets closer?
Elizabeth, the energy is building, the excitement is building, the crowds are building. I mean, over the last 4 or 5 hours that we've been here, we've watched this crowd grow. It's a very impressive crowd. It's almost shoulder to shoulder, people looking for places to sit and watch. Right across the lagoon there, that's the Kennedy Space Center. Just on the other side of the lagoon, they'll be able to watch this historic launch. People very much want to be here and to be a part and witness history.
Talking to people there, what are they saying about why it's important to see this in person? We see all these live feeds, Mola. We can see the video, but imagine for some it's different to actually see it there with your own eyes.
Yeah, I mean, the reasons range from just wanting to see something that you don't get an opportunity to see every day, just the excitement behind that, ranging from that to just being a part of history, getting to witness history. You heard Gio talk about the future plans, what this mission will do in terms of paving the way for a lunar base, potentially a mission to Mars one day. And this is, a very important, significant step in that process. process, and so many folks here want to say that they were here, that they saw it. You've got folks who are old enough to remember the Apollo missions, here, who, people have told us, how that captured their imaginations as a kid, how that really captivated them. And this coming out here and witnessing this Artemis launch is really a chance to kind of reconnect with that childhood wonder and the fascination that they had. And we have folks who were not around for the Apollo missions of the 1960s and 70s, but showed up here to connect to this new chapter of history. And some folks who brought their kids out to hopefully create some lasting memories for them as well.
History making for sure. Mola Lenghi, we'll keep checking in with you. Thanks so much, Mola. Let's keep this conversation going with our powerhouse panel of space experts, former astronaut Susan Kilrain, astronautics professor at Princeton University Edgar Choueiri, astrophysics professor Dr. Michael Shara, and the director of space medicine at UCLA, Dr. Haig Anteblian. Great to have you all here on this big day as we are tracking it minute by minute here. So Susan, I'll go to you first because we see those images of the astronauts now in the capsule awaiting as we await this launch window. What do you think is going through their mind? You heard Gio Benitez say that he's talked to a lot of astronauts who say they're calm, they're ready for it. What do you think they're thinking there?
A lot of people ask me, was I scared or nervous? And not scared or nervous in the danger sense of the word. I was more focused on making sure that I did everything right. In the space shuttle, there were a lot of things that the pilot had to do just to get it off the ground. And so I am sure that Victor and Reed are studying everything, all the instruments. They have a lot of different abort opportunities. So they're not just laying there taking a nap, waiting for this thing to light.
Be able to sleep at all. Will they be sleeping at all over the next 10 days? Who knows?
Yeah, right.
Let's go to Edgar. Lay out a little bit what the mission here when it comes to Artemis II. What are they looking to accomplish? We know people have gone to the moon before. What is different about this? Why is this historic, Edgar?
Well, first it's an echo of another mission, Apollo 8, that happened in 1968, where again, before the landing on the moon, we had to do a dress rehearsal, where again, humans were sent. On that time, they were actually entered lunar orbit and went around the moon a number of times. And that was a practice run to make sure all the hardware and how to operate it. But today, things are quite different. First, we had 50 years of that time period where we haven't done anything like this. So a lot of the things have to be relearned. On the other hand, technology has evolved tremendously since that time. So now it's time to build a new spacecraft and test it. So the first test happened in Artemis I. That was purely a hardware test. And this time is getting humans on board. So basically, we're taking the tires, literally, so to speak, with people's feet out as we see them right now on the screen. And people are now involved in that actual flight without the landing. That will demonstrate many important aspects and technologies and all kinds of checks involving very complex engineering subsystems. So it's literally a dress rehearsal, and we will set as an important and necessary step before we do the landing, which hopefully will happen within 2 years.
Susan,
Yes.
Susan, we're seeing this kind of camera moving around inside the capsule, it looks like. Is that what are we looking at here from what you can tell? A lot of movement from, looks like some of the specialists there maybe moving the cameras around. We're really getting an up-close look here at really behind the scenes.
Yes, they're moving the camera around intentionally, looking at everything. There are cameras that are mounted like you see from now. This one view will be common, I think, even during the launch period. So they have multiple cameras available to us.
Crazy draining.
He's getting a drink right now. Absolutely.
And we can see it's hard to believe they have to do human things when they're all suited up like that, and they still, I guess, need to have a sip of water or something from a pouch there. Is that right?
Yes, and I suppose they're wearing the infamous astronaut diapers as well because they'll be lying on their backs for quite some time before they get up into space and activate the space toilet. So, yeah, everything still happens while they're going into space.
Well, Dr. Haig, that's a great transition to you because the reality is these are humans going out further into space if this goes ahead, further than ever before. So what happens to the body when we do this to the human body? How do they continue to function with day to day during this time?
Absolutely, yeah. The main changes that you'll see to the human body are related to kind of the environmental changes that the human body incurs in spaceflight. So the three main changes are obviously the absence of gravity. So you'll see the body start to have fluid shifts all over, just because there's no compressive effect from the gravity right now. Right now, as you and I are kind of sitting and standing, we have most of our blood starts to pool in the lower extremities and the pelvis and in the veins in that area. Part of the reason why you see things like varicose veins on Earth is because that blood starts to pool for an extended period of time. In space, you don't have that. You end up with this equilibration of blood all across the body. So you get more puffy at the top, more puffy in the face, get some congestion. Also, because of that absence of gravity, you start getting an early kind of space motion sickness, just because in your inner ears, you have these organs that sense gravity. When you lose that gravity vector, your brain starts getting incongruent signals from within each ear, and that gives you this weird motion sick state. The other two environmental changes, you're a little more exposed to radiation and different types of radiation than, let's say, we're exposed to here on Earth, just because you're kind of out of that kind of safety layer of Earth's magnetosphere. And that's more of like a chronic exposure worry, unless there's, like a large solar particle event, in which case there are concerns with regards to that type of radiation exposure. And of course, the reason why they're in a capsule is because when they enter space, they're going to be in an environment that's vacuum. They're not going to have air to breathe. So that's why you keep the astronauts in a capsule where you can control the environment. And all of these things are, the reason why it's very difficult to send humans up to space. You have to account for all of these things. And that's essentially what's been done for this mission to get the go-ahead.
So they have to be in that capsule. I mean, just for the person who is hard to understand the kind of physics of that, this is unlike anything you could experience in the human body. Hard to imagine, especially with the distance that this mission would go.
Right. We're not designed for this environment, right? We're humans. We like to be on the ground with gravity. We like breathing this very specific mixture of oxygen, nitrogen, and other gases. In space, you don't have that. So, accounting for that, building this environment for them where they can survive is of the utmost importance, and maintaining that human physiological level of comfort, of temperature, of humidity, of gases, and of just the normal day-to-day eating, drinking, like we saw earlier. That sort of a thing is super important for human health.
No kidding. Michael, talk to us a little bit about what it took to this point with the Artemis II mission. Why is this launch really seen as so critical when it comes to NASA's return to the moon?
You couldn't possibly reconstitute the Apollo hardware. All of it is completely taken apart and it's extinct. You couldn't build it if you wanted to. So you have to have started from scratch, generated a new generation of spacecraft. That always comes with its own problems. And of course, we have 50 years of material science, of computing hardware and algorithms that we can now use that make it in many ways much faster, much safer. The watch on my wrist has more computing power than NASA had in the 1960s. So you can do things on board the spacecraft and on the ground, check all sorts of contingencies, orbital dynamics that you couldn't have before. Certainly not in real time or anything like it. So all of these systems are now being tested out to make sure that the spacecraft works, that it does all the things that it's supposed to, that it takes the astronauts safely there and back. And there's some brilliant safety features built into this, in particular the orbit around the moon, the kind of loop-the-loop, where you can test out spacecraft systems, but if for some reason the main engine doesn't light up properly that they still have with them, gravity is going to fling them right back at the Earth, and they're going to be able to return safely. So there's been a lot of thought put into this mission. Nothing like this was ever done in the Apollo days. It's very different, very clever, and really designed, I think, to ensure the maximum chances of success and, of course, the safety of the astronauts.
Michael, what kind of checks need to be done at this point in these final hours toward this launch window? Are they still looking at the spacecraft and looking at things both from the specialists, the few specialists we've seen there, but also, of course, the rest of NASA checking all those boxes?
Well, there's hundreds of thousands of moving parts and things that all have to play together, and all of them are connected to various kinds of sensors, and all of those sensors are looking and checking continuously that all the systems are working right until the very instant of liftoff. You can always say, nope, we're going to stop at this point, even a few seconds or tens of seconds before, if something looks anomalous. So all of these things are being checked by computers over and over again. There are humans who are overseeing those computers, and in the end will make the ultimate decision as to whether to lift off or not.
Edgar, give us the sense again of what is happening with those 4 astronauts right now in the capsule. A lot really waiting as we look at that countdown clock, getting closer to 3 hours to the potential launch window there. What we saw them get strapped in, wave at the camera. Talk to us about what's happening now. I'll take that one to you, Edgar.
Oh yeah, I see. Well, right now there are 2 things going on. First, in the crew cabin itself, which is a human-based activities, and then they are the hardware itself, which is the engineering type activities. So we have 2 different worlds, so to speak, but they both have to be perfectly synchronized and get a green light at the end. On the hardware side, imagine we all look from the airplane when we are taking a flight, when we are still at the gate, and look and see that the airplane is being fueled. Right now, the fueling has done. However, the fuel is evaporating at a very high rate because hydrogen has to be maintained about 423 degrees to stay liquid. Even with the cooling or the very low temperature on the rocket, we still have tremendous amount of evaporation. So imagine right now there are about 90 tank trucks, highway tank trucks of fuel on that rocket. And every hour, about 2 of these highway tank trucks evaporate. So there's always topping going on. And that will go on until the last 10 minutes. It's about 10 minutes before flight, there'll be the last topping. And then the whole thing is ready to go. So this is only from the fuel side. And as it was said earlier, there are all kinds of subsystems. All of them have to trigger a green light in the stream of green lights for the okay to be done. On the human side, 15 minutes before flight, there'll be the final checks, and that will be the hatch will be closed, and then this part of the human part will be declared a green light. So when all these green lights going on, we go into the final countdown, and that's 10 minutes before flight. So when we get to that, and the clock starts going from 10 minus 0 seconds and so on, we know we are 98% on track for flight.
You say 98%. I know we've been talking throughout the last couple hours, and there's always that chance something at the very last minute could change. We're going to keep talking about this as we look at that countdown to the launch window. Stick around to all of you. We're going to take a quick break. Coming up, continuing coverage of the Artemis II mission. Take a look there, Kennedy Space Center. A lot more to talk about after this.
This is what you need to know.
We'll take you straight to where news is happening.
And give you what you need to know all in under 10 minutes.
Every day, only on Disney+.
We'll take you to
Paris, Egypt, India, Doha, Ukraine.
Tokyo, Scotland, inside the White House in Capitol Hill, on the red carpet at the Oscars.
Wherever news is breaking,
anywhere in the world,
we'll take you right there.
The top stories, the latest headlines, the viral moments, what everyone's talking about.
What you need to know, all in under 10 minutes.
New episodes streaming every day.
Only on Disney+.
As we speak, our enemies are assembling. Whatever happens tonight, I will stand and fight.
Can you stop him?
Not alone.
All you gotta do is go, what's up?
What's that?
Go practice.
Do not ask me how much longer.
How much longer, mamacita?
Bambi?
What do we do?
No more sad sack. Full-on fun sack.
That's what I'm talking about.
Welcome aboard. Cheers to finding our soulmates.
I'm a romantic.
I'm a 10.
How's my hair look?
Whoever you do not choose will be going overboard.
Who came up with this idea? They need their brains checked out.
Let the games begin.
I can compete. I'm a competitor.
This is insane.
It's the mission to the moon. You are looking live at Kennedy Space Center, where the crew of Artemis II is on the launch pad. We could be just 3 hours away from NASA's first crewed flight to the moon in more than 50 years. Let us keep this conversation going with our powerhouse panel of space experts, former astronaut Susan Kilrain, astronautics professor, Princeton University Edgar Choueiri, astrophysics professor Dr. Michael Shara, and the director of space medicine at UCLA, Dr. Haig Anteblian. Thank you all so much for your expertise and for being here. Susan, I want to go to you first. You're a former astronaut. Take us inside what the crew might be thinking, feeling at this moment as they are in this, couple hours until the possible launch.
Well, they've been lying on their backs now for more than a half hour. And I remember even myself that I started to get a little bit uncomfortable lying on my parachute and everything. And so I actually pressurized up my suit so I could wiggle around a little bit and get more comfortable. And then they're going over their procedures. They're maybe chatting a little bit. They're excited. They're so excited because so far everything's looking good. And as long as everything goes well, they'll be launching in a few hours.
And this could, though, still, Susan, be aborted really at any point ahead of that launch window. So walk us through kind of that procedure, what that might look like for the astronauts as that is being considered, all the way up until then.
Yeah, they do have many abort options, but right now, since the hatch is still open and the closeout crew is still there, if it was nothing critical, they would just shut everything down in a nice order. But once the hatch is closed and the closeout crew leaves, if something tragic were to be happening, they have a way of getting themselves out. And they would then slide, it's like a zip line down to the ground, and there are armored vehicles and bunkers right there for them to protect themselves.
Edgar, we've been talking a lot about what this looks like in these last, in these minutes, hours to the launch window. Give us the big picture on why there is so much excitement about this Artemis II mission. I can't help but notice, but all of the guests here, as we're talking, a lot of smiles. People are excited about this. This has been building for many years.
Well, and half the population of the Earth was not born when this was last done. So I belong to that half, and we are all excited because we remember tremendous achievements for humans, not only for Americans at that time, of landing on the moon. So we still carry that memory. The other half, which include a lot of my students, are excited because they get the chance to relive that, or to live that for the first time, and get our experience, and hopefully with a different ending. The ending will be staying on the moon and having habitats on the moon, so they can take their family on vacation, and we can expand our horizons in space. A lot of people question that, and it's also good to question that and debate it. But a lot of us think this is a natural extension of what we do. So the excitement is fundamental to us being humans, and the excitement is a sign that our young people are using their brains in the right direction, I think. And I think a lot of our a lot of this mission is done by people who got their degrees only the past 10 years. If you look at the engineers at NASA and SpaceX and all the companies involved, they are young people. And this is a very good sign for the next chapter of the story.
And a lot of history could be made with this crew. We have Reed Wiseman, the commander, Christina Cook, mission specialist, would be the first woman to the moon's orbit. Jeremy Hansen from Canada, mission specialist. Victor Glover, the pilot, would be the first black person to journey to the moon. So a lot of people watching this history set to be made. Dr. Haig, talk to us about how this crew prepared, how these astronauts got ready for this moment, years in the making here.
Yeah, absolutely. This does take a whole village to kind of, get off the ground. It takes a bunch of folks, from all various fields to teach the astronauts what they need to know, to pilot, to engineer, to kind of to get this spacecraft into space. And then from the medical side, it takes a whole other village to monitor their health, to make sure that they're doing okay, to ensure that they're ready to go come launch day, that they're doing okay in space, and as soon as they come back, that they're also healthy. So it really does take a ton of people. There's a lot of back-end support for these missions in order to make sure that we're at this point today where we get to see a launch to the moon, which is crazy to say.
And Michael, a lot of delays to get to this point, also an engineering feat to get here that many have been waiting, and then there was a delay. And what do you make of this moment here today?
It's wonderful to finally be here, and we're going to be able, once we go back to the moon, certainly to go do things like eventually take trips there, more and more people go, but also to do extraordinary science. The surface of the moon, of course, is a perfect vacuum. We as astrophysicists would love to set up large telescopes there, X-ray telescopes, ultraviolet telescopes, huge interferometers that act as telescopes that could be as large as the moon, or even the separation between the Earth and the moon. So do many kinds of science that are basically impossible from the ground or even in low Earth orbit. And all of this demands a great deal of time and care and attention. So yes, there have been delays, but it's because this is something brand new, a new kind of spacecraft, new kinds of operations with new people who've never done this before. And kudos to all of them. It looks like it's going to be something fantastic.
Many eyes watching that countdown clock there that we have on the screen to the possible launch window. Susan Kilrain, Edgar Tueri, Dr. Haig Antabilian, and Michael Shara, thank you all so much for talking about this today. Special coverage of this historic launch does start at 4 p.m. Eastern right here on ABC News Live. Then tune into ABC at 6 p.m. Eastern as our Lindsay Davis anchors live coverage of liftoff. Coming up, we have got the right stuff, and the astronauts have the right stuff heading into space on Artemis II. A lot more on what it took to get there. That's next.
Tonight, NASA's first crewed moon mission in over 50 years. Plus, President Trump face-to-face with Supreme Court justices in the showdown over birthright citizenship. And President Trump claims Iran wants a ceasefire. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the #1 newscast in America.
What were you fighting for?
My life and the ability to see my kids again.
We heard her screaming, help, help, help me, help me. There's a man trying to kill her. She's blood all over her face.
A prominent doctor now charged with the attempted murder of his wife.
Ariel Koenig takes the stand. You could hear a pin drop.
He just starts hitting my face and my head with a rock.
Edge of Death, 3 Ways to Kill, now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Is this hard to talk about?
Yeah,
Seattle ground, about to take off. It's gonna be crazy. I did a kind of a bad thing.
So you hijacked the plane?
Yeah. He hasn't flown an airplane before.
How did he get that plane in the air, and how did no one know?
Hey, you think this thing can do a barrel roll?
Trying to figure out how to use the autopilot first.
Boring.
He's going upside down.
Holy! Can we cut the cameras?
This is probably like jail time for life, huh?
For 47 years, no one has covered the conflict with Iran like ABC's Nightline. Now, with Operation Epic Fury, Nightline's special coverage, War with Iran. Every new day, every night, every breaking new detail. The reporting you need.
RJ Decker, I'm a private investigator.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday.
You here to offer me another job?
Maybe we dive in together and find something that connects.
What happened to your eye?
It's complicated.
David Muir, the most trusted anchor in America, the most watched anchor in America. Thank you for making World News Tonight with David Muir the #1 newscast in America.
History sitting on the launch pad preparing for takeoff. You were looking at live images of the Artemis II crew there at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where 4 astronauts are hoping to travel further into space than humans have ever gone. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Schulze in for Kira Phillips. It is T-minus less than 3 hours now until we could see the first journey to the moon since 1972. The launch is expected as early as 6:24 p.m. Eastern tonight. Just a short bit ago, we watched as the astronauts suited up, all smiles as they prepared for their long-awaited launch. At one point, Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, one Canadian, 3 Americans, you can see him there, taking a selfie as he prepares, knowing the world is watching in the hours to come. We do have large crowds of spectators gathered along the beach in Titusville, Florida, that all waiting to watch the launch in person there, and that is where we find ABC's Mola Lenghi. Mola, what are you seeing there? What are you hearing from people who want to see this moment in potentially just a couple of hours here, Mola?
Yeah, what we're seeing are these crowds really growing over the last few hours. We've watched from a few hundred people to now, certainly a couple thousand, all here to take in this historic moment and watching the spacecraft launch just across the Indian River Lagoon there, the Kennedy Space Center right there. So they've got a great vantage point to watch history. A lot of excitement, people who want to be a part of history. You know, we've talked to folks, Elizabeth, I told you, who were around, who remember the Apollo missions of the 1960s and 70s, were fascinated, they were captivated by those missions. A lot of these folks who were alive for that were kids, and so they were captivated as kids by that, and they kind of want to reconnect with that childhood. And we've talked to other people who were not old enough to have witnessed the Apollo missions and want to connect with that history and be a part of this next chapter of space exploration. We've got kids out here who, anywhere from just a couple of years to some teenagers who their parents brought them out in the hopes of creating some lasting, lifelong memories. And sites like this, the crowds that we're seeing, it certainly has to be encouraging for NASA to see the public interest and the public engagement in space exploration, Elizabeth.
And it is a different moment, Mola, of course, than 50 years ago, where there was this huge space race going on. Is there a sense from the people talking with you there is still a space race between the U.S. and China this time? Does it feel like that's something people are thinking about when we're thinking about kind of the history, the gravity of this moment?
Yeah, the historic part of it, the space race was, folks have brought up the previous space race, the U.S. and the Soviet Union during the 20th century. That part of it has been brought up. I'm not sure it's materialized yet in terms of the global competition between the United States and China. This new age Space Race 2.0, that has not been discussed as much, but this is still very much the beginning of that. And so I think perhaps it'll sink in with folks over the next few years, especially if what NASA hopes happens. The establishing of a base on the moon that can potentially lead to humans traveling to Mars. So this is Artemis II here is really just the first step in terms of NASA's planning towards much greater space exploration that can really get the public behind it and re-engaged.
Mola Lenghi, great to have you there for us there in Florida. Thanks so much, Mola. Let's keep the conversation going with our powerhouse panel of space experts. Former astronaut Susan Kilrain, astronautics professor at Princeton University Edgar Choueiri, and astrophysics professor Michael Shara. Great to have you both all here as we continue to cover this and we look at that launch window countdown clock there. So Susan, as you're a former astronaut, just bring us again inside what the crew is feeling at this moment. A lot of waiting and anticipation as so many people are now tuning in.
You're absolutely right, Elizabeth. It is a lot of waiting, but they're as excited as all of the crowd to see it go today. But they're also mentally prepared for the event that perhaps it doesn't get to go today, and they will have to get out and try again tomorrow or another day. So yes, they are absolutely 100% hoping it will go today. And so they're just waiting for that go, no go poll that'll happen at T-minus 16 minutes.
Not a lot you can do besides wait at that point, huh, as one of the 4 crew members there.
That's right.
Edgar, explain to us the bigger picture here. What is the mission for Artemis II? What's the goal, and why is this different? Why is this historic than anything we've seen when it comes to the mission to the moon?
This is a kind of a modern repeat of Apollo 8 for the new age with new hardware, new people, new generation of humans. Apollo 8 was the rehearsal test for landing on the moon back in 1968. So now, 53 years after the last landing on the moon, we try to do it again, hopefully with the goal of staying there. So this is the first leaf of the first chapter. Artemis I was a hardware test. As I said earlier, it's like building a bridge and testing it with weights. Now we're walking on the bridge, and Artemis IV will cross the bridge and stay on the moon, or start staying on the moon. So from that point of view, it is historic. It's very important. And to a lot of us, one can debate if that's important than other things we can do. A lot of us think it is extremely important, and this is what humans naturally and best are designed to do, which is explore the horizon and expand it.
So we
from
know.
That point of view, I really think it's a worthy endeavor.
No question about that. So we now know that the closeout crew has closed one of the hatches, the side hatch of the Orion spacecraft there. That other hatch will stay open as they're working to close. That's called the launch abort system. I know, Susan, we've been talking about that. The 4 astronauts we saw earlier, they all passed their leak checks for their suits. Michael, I'm curious, what kind of checks need to be done at this point on the spacecraft itself? What kind of tests or anything are being run as we get this close to the launch window?
All of the electronic and mechanical components, in other words, everything, is being checked all the time. There are many tens of thousands of sensors that are talking to each other and to computers, and all of those many megabytes of data that are being accumulated every second are being looked at and scanned autonomously, so that if anything in the slightest looks funny, suspicious, what have you, it's going to go rapidly up the chain to a human to take a look at and see whether any intervention needs to be made.
And Susan, we hope not, but what would happen if this launch doesn't happen today, if something is found, as we know, if we're talking about that possibility all the way up till the kind of final countdown there?
Well, of course, it would depend on what it was. Is it something like weather, where we can just try again tomorrow, or is it something that needs to be repaired? There are so many different levels of malfunctions, let's say, that could happen. I know on my one of my missions, the seal at the hatch didn't seal properly, and that's one of the checks they're going to do once the closeout crew gets out and closes the hatch, they're going to seal it up and make sure that the cabin can hold its pressure. And they actually managed to replace our seal on the pad, and we still launched relatively on time that day. So there's a lot of things that can be done, but there's always the possibility that maybe something isn't behaving the way it should, and they'll have to scrub today. And they can scrub all the way down to the last seconds. They can shut it off, because until that big rocket fires, the big rockets fire, you can shut it down and try again another day.
We will be continuing to follow all the way to the second. Susan Kilrain, Edgar Chueri, Michael Shara, great to have you all with your expertise. Thanks so much. The launch, as we have been talking about, very much depends on the weather. So let's get a check on the forecast now with meteorologist Kenton Guecki. So how's it looking, Kenton?
Elizabeth, weather-wise, things are looking pretty good to go. When we look at the time lapse from that 2-hour launch window between 6:24 and 8:24 p.m., you can see a lot of that cloud cover staying out of the way. There's no rain chance. There's no chance of lightning either, and the winds will not be strong. So really the big thing that NASA is going to be looking for are the clouds, because you don't want a cumulus cloud, which are those cotton ball type clouds in the sky. You don't want those within about 10 miles of the launch pad. And that's really the only thing I see weather-wise that might stop the launch. Now, if mechanics stop the launch, that's not good news, because the next couple days during their other launch windows, the weather could be worse with better chances for showers and thunderstorms. Elizabeth.
Kenton, thanks so much. Special coverage of this historic launch starts at 4 p.m. Eastern right here on ABC News Live, and then tune in at ABC at 6 p.m. Eastern as Lindsay Davis anchors our live coverage of liftoff. Coming up, continuing coverage of the Artemis II mission. We're going to take you back to Kennedy Space Center right after this.
My marriage ended with a 911 call.
911 emergency. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Sorry, I'm sorry. I can't breathe. You should know from the start.
I have the most gorgeous bride. I love her very much.
It was really everything I dreamed of.
This is the beginning of a lifetime.
It seemed like what every woman wants, and that's the scary thing.
This was a dangerous and violent betrayal.
He said, "You're not gonna leave, and if you do, I will kill you." That very same night, I went and bought a gun.
I'm gonna keep my eye on you.
I set up a tape recorder.
The tape is blood-curdling.
It's horrifying. What happens when the person you love the most turns out not to be who you think they are?
This is betrayal. Betrayal, Secrets and Lies. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
When I was little watching American Idol, I was sure that I was going to find a way onto that stage. This audition is the first page of my story.
I believe in myself.
I could do this.
I belong here.
Holy crap, I'm auditioning for American Idol. Wow.
Beautiful.
That's what it's all about.
That was impressive.
RJ Decker, I'm a private investigator.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday.
You here to offer me another job?
Maybe we dive in together and find something that connects.
What happened to your eye?
It's complicated.
It's the mission to the moon. You are looking live at Kennedy Space Center, where the astronauts are on the launch pad for what could be NASA's first crewed flight to the moon in more than 50 years. We could be less than 3 hours away from Artemis II lifting off. Today's mission is a critical test of NASA as it prepares to put a man back on the moon's orbit and beyond. Gio Benitez has a day-by-day look at what astronauts will go through in their return to deep space.
For the first time in more than 50 years, a crewed spacecraft is heading to the moon.
The astronauts won't be landing on the surface this time. NASA is calling this a flight test, a mission to make sure the Orion spacecraft can keep its crew alive in deep space. They'll be doing a lunar flyby that sends them around the far side of the moon and back to Earth, a rehearsal for future missions that could take people back to the moon's surface and beyond.
Artemis is building on an already solid legacy.
The exploration we're doing is the first few steps on the path of getting humans to Mars.
4 astronauts, NASA Commander Reed Weissman, NASA pilot Victor Glover, NASA mission specialist Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, will ride out to Launch Complex 39B at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida. NASA's Space Launch System, or SLS, waits on the mobile launcher. Atop the 322-foot SLS sits the Orion spacecraft. That's the capsule where the astronauts will live and work. The astronauts board.
Conducting the Artemis I launch readiness check.
Launch control on the ground checks each guidance, communications, and avionics system.
STC.
STC's go.
Before the launch director gives the final go or no go.
And for the Artemis generation, this is for you. At this time, I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis I.
And here we go. Hydrogen burn off.
Gio Benitez, thanks so much. Coming up, continuing coverage of the Artemis II mission, we will take you back to Kennedy Space Center right after this.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky,
Minneapolis,
Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news. America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
All you gotta do is go, what's up?
What's that?
Go practice.
Do not ask me how much longer.
How much longer, mamacita?
Bambi?
What do we do? No more sad sack. Full on fun sack.
That's what I'm talking about.
Tonight, NASA's first crewed moon mission in over 50 years. Plus, President Trump face-to-face with Supreme Court justices in the showdown over birthright citizenship. And President Trump claims Iran wants a ceasefire. More Americans turn to world news tonight with David Muir, the #1 newscast in America.
David Muir, the most trusted anchor in America, the most watched anchor in America. Thank you for making World News Tonight with David Muir, the #1 newscast in America. Friday nights at 9 on ABC. Mean true crime.
True murder mystery.
Shocking.
Sex, betrayal, lies. A bombshell. The greatest true crime stories.
2020. Friday nights at 9.
It's the mission to the moon. You are looking live at the crew of Artemis II. Well, specialists there as the crew are inside the capsule now. They're at the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. We could be less than 3 hours away from liftoff as NASA astronauts prepare to travel deeper into space than ever before. Large crowds of spectators have gathered along the beach in Titusville, Florida, waiting to watch this launch in person, and that is where we find our Mola Langi reporting from Florida. So Mola, I know you've been there all afternoon. Good energy there, people getting excited, and you know, what's the vibe where you are?
Yeah, definitely great energy, Elizabeth. When we got out here a few hours ago, 9, 10 a.m. Eastern time this morning, there were a few dozen people who were here with their beach chairs and their lawn chairs ready to claim a spot now. Probably a few thousand at this point. Crowds have grown. It's hard to even find a place to sit. It's shoulder to shoulder. There are families out here. There, just tons of people excited about being able to be a part of history, witness history. You've got the Kennedy Space Center just across the lagoon there, and folks getting a front row seat to history, Elizabeth.
And the weather looks like it's cooperating up until now, at least from that vantage point.
Yeah, it's definitely cleared up. A couple hours ago we saw a few pop-up showers, some wind gusts. There's still certainly a little bit of wind, but it's cleared up. You probably can't see it on TV, but from where we're standing here, the image of the rocket, the silhouette of the rocket across the lagoon there is much more visible. It's kind of come into focus here in the last 30 minutes or so, and according to NASA, still an 80% chance of favorable conditions this evening.
I hope you do get a clear view, Mola Lengi. Thank you so much. Let's talk about how the weather, which will play a big role in determining whether this mission gets off the ground tonight. So let's get a check on the forecast from senior meteorologist Melissa Griffin. Melissa, what are we looking at there?
Elizabeth, we really got to check that weather forecast because it's so important to see when this rain clears out, because we've seen showers throughout the day and those are finally starting to move inland, and the coast behind those showers is now much clearer. The launch criteria: no strong winds, no precipitation, no lightning, and no cumulus clouds. This is the perfect criteria for launching Artemis later this evening. And the good news is a lot of that criteria is going to be met. Temperatures in the mid-70s, winds will be calming down as we head into the evening. There will be some cumulus clouds in the mix there, but we're not expecting them to be too widespread. You can see there on the Futurecast, they do start to clear out as we head into the evening hours closer to 6:30, and those rain chances will become much lower. We have drier air moving in behind the system. So you can see some of those the radar activity. You see some of those storms moving inland. Behind that, look at the dry air. This is good news. And the good news with these storms is they haven't produced any lightning. This is everything that we want to see. And as those storms continue to move inland, the drier air moves onto the coast, and we're going to see those winds calm a bit as we head into 6:30, and we're going to see that dry air take over. I want to time it out hour by hour for you as we head into the evening, because we remember we do have a launch window, and that is from 6:30 to 8:30 approximately. You can see the temperatures remain around 74 degrees, a mix of sun and clouds. As the sun goes down, we're going to see those clouds start to clear up a little bit as well. Winds about 10 to 12 miles per hour. So really looking very good conditions weather-wise as we head into the launch window at 6:24.
That's what we like to hear. Melissa Griffin, thanks so much. Well, 4 astronauts are on the launch pad for the Artemis II mission, and our Victor Oquendo introduces you to the trailblazers who could go where no human has ever gone before.
Only 24 people have ever made the trip to the moon. No one in more than 50 years. But if all goes as planned tonight, a new generation of astronauts will soon be added to that elite list. Leading them and the Artemis II mission, Commander Reed Wiseman. A retired U.S. Navy pilot, NASA selected Wiseman to be an astronaut in 2009. He spent 165 days working as a flight engineer on the International Space Station in 2014 and conducted 2 spacewalks.
Every astronaut's dream is to get to do a spacewalk.
Captain Wiseman also served as a chief of the NASA Astronaut Office. Wiseman, from Baltimore, Maryland, is a single father of 2 children. Second in command is mission pilot Victor J. Glover Jr., a U.S. Navy captain and engineer with thousands of flight hours.
The pilot's role is to back up the commander as the second in command of the crew, and also to understand the status of the vehicle.
Selected as a NASA astronaut in 2013, he previously piloted the NASA SpaceX Crew 1 mission, spending nearly 6 months aboard the International Space Station and completing multiple spacewalks. Glover will be the first person of color to travel beyond low Earth orbit.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. It's a part of being a human. We want to know what's out there just beyond the horizon.
NASA astronaut and engineer Christina Cook is no stranger to space exploration. She holds the record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman after spending nearly a year in space aboard the International Space Station, where she was part of the first all-female spacewalk. Cook became an astronaut in 2013 and is serving as a mission specialist for the Artemis II flight.
They all have a military background, and I come from a more raw technical engineering background, and I think that complements one another really well.
A Grand Rapids, Michigan native who grew up in Jacksonville, North Carolina, Cook is a member of the Space Camp Hall of Fame after attending 5 times as a child.
For me, there's never really been a time when I didn't want to be an astronaut. Going back as far as I can remember, it's what I always dreamed of.
The final member of the team is mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, the first Canadian astronaut to ever travel to the moon.
That was like a special moment for me when the president of the Canadian Space Agency called me and officially proclaimed to me that I would be flying on Artemis II.
A colonel in the Canadian Armed Forces, Hansen is a fighter pilot. He's been flying planes since he was a teenager. He's also the first Canadian appointed by NASA to lead an astronaut training class. Hansen will be the first non-American to fly beyond low Earth orbit.
We're going to be doing everything we can to build that team, that camaraderie between the 4 of us to make sure that we're ready to support the mission, but also to support each other.
Victor Kendo, thanks so much. Our special coverage of the Artemis launch is just minutes away right here on ABC News Live. And at 6 p.m., Lindsay Davis anchors our coverage on ABC as we bring you the launch live. The news never stops. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. And if you're on the go, we are on the ABC News app and abcnews.com too. I'm Elizabeth Schulze. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We're going to leave you with a look back at the preparations for the Artemis II launch just hours before possible takeoff.
Liftoff is just the beginning. The mission is, of course, a test mission.
And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew, taking their first steps outside. Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah.
Getting them strapped in and ready.
Across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are.
It's good to be home.
It feels like home.
Hi. When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we've both never been. Growing up doesn't mean getting Good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home. Putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
I'm George. How are you?
And the day ahead.
Welcome aboard. Cheers to finding our soulmates.
I'm a romantic.
I'm a 10.
How's my hair look?
Whoever you do not choose will be going overboard. Who came up with this idea? They need their brains checked out.
Let the games begin.
I can compete. I'm a competitor.
This is insane.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
I believed in this world once. It's easier to accept a story than believe that the people around you are monsters.
We gather here tonight to bring women back to their rightful place. Blessed be the fruit.
It was time for us to change things. You're a dream to me.
This is where my basketball career started. Hard to believe, isn't it?
She saw beyond basketball.
She was such a radical.
How do you beat Pat Summitt? You don't.
What else do you need in your life?
Just more time.
She's on fire.
Reporting from the Palisades Fire in Los Angeles County, I'm Alex Perche. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
I'm Stephanie Ramos in New York City. We want to get right to our top story, a historic space mission. NASA hoping to redefine space exploration in less than 2.5 hours. Live images showing Artemis II prepped and fueled from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Soon, 4 astronauts, including 3 Americans and 1 Canadian, will embark on the first space mission to the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972. And to begin our team coverage, let's go to ABC's Mola Lenghi in Titusville, Florida, across the river from the Kennedy Space Center.
Point is much ready for liftoff. The Artemis II crew is suited up and on board the spacecraft. The on-site clock ticking down to a planned launch time of 6:24 p.m. Eastern from Florida's Kennedy Space Center. The 4-person crew ready to make history.
We are going to send them farther into space than humans have ever gone before. They'll be flying faster than any humans have ever gone before.
It's the first moon mission in more than 50 years. The 10-day, 685,000-mile journey will take the crew on a lunar orbit that NASA hopes will propel space exploration forward.
It's the opening act of a lot of missions to send astronauts to the moon, this time to build an enduring presence, to build the moon base and realize all its scientific and economic potential.
This is the first time Artemis will have a crew on board. There's plenty on the itinerary for the next 10 days. Once in orbit, it's time to take Orion for a spin, testing all of the systems and manually flying the spacecraft as part of a demonstration to make sure everything is working properly. Once everything's good, they'll head towards the moon and do a lunar flyby before slingshotting back, re-entering Earth's atmosphere with an eventual splashdown into the ocean.
It's just such an experience to be able to see one of those go off and just to feel that power.
Here we are going back,
yeah.
After all these years.
Folks gathering to watch the launch in Titusville, Florida, just across the Indian River Lagoon from the Kennedy Space Center. Jessica Richardson, here to create a lifelong memory for her sons.
My son loves anything engineers, space, astronauts. He loves all of that.
Well, NASA hopes this mission paves the way for future Artemis missions, including potentially establishing a permanent base on the moon and maybe even one day sending humans to Mars. Stephanie.
All right, Mola, thank you. ABC News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez joins me now from the Kennedy Space Center. Gio, my friend, great to see you. Today's a big day, and it's a historic day for space exploration. Break down for us just how pivotal this space mission is for the U.S.
Oh, Stephanie, it is just so incredible because Mola just mentioned the stakes here, right? Because you're talking about perhaps eventually getting to Mars, and you need some sort of moon base for that to happen. So that's what's critical here, is getting these astronauts to safely go around the moon, take a look at that far side of the moon, which, by the way, no human eyes have ever seen. These 4 astronauts will be the very first to actually lay these human eyes on that side of the moon and perhaps even scout it out and say, okay, maybe this is a good location to eventually land in 2028. Enough about me, though, talking here. Let's go ahead and bring in the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, who's joining us. Oh, my gosh, what an exciting day.
Listen, this is wild, right? This is a moment that brings the country together. The technology, the time, the effort that has gone into making today possible is so cool. And you mentioned, what does this bring us to? Right? It is a trip to the moon. We don't land. But from this, we land in Artemis III on the moon. We think to the South Pole. On the South Pole, you have ice, which is oxygen, which is water, which is life, right? And what you learn at the South Pole of the moon is going to eventually get you to go to Mars. I mean, so this is
and why is that so critical, the South Pole?
But the South Pole is the one place where you have ice, right? And that's what you need. And so when we look at what's happening here with NASA, but also what's happening with China, everyone knows what's happening at the South Pole. Like, that's the money spot, and who can get there first. And so the Chinese are gearing for 2030, and we're looking, after this launch, can we get to the South Pole of the moon by 2028? And the last time we went to the equator. So it's going to be a little more challenging, a lot better technology. But again, what I love is, I mean, I was alive when the last mission to the moon happened, but I don't remember it. Like, most Americans have no recollection of a moment like this, that we're sending man back out to the moon. So
I mean,
none of us have seen it.
1972 was the last time.
So that's the historic moment that this is, and this is the second space race. It is on, and America's back, baby. We are like in the race, and we're going to win the race.
You have been spending a lot of time with these astronauts. They are incredible people. We were talking about how incredibly smart but down to earth they are. What are some of the things that you talk to them about?
I talk about the mission, and again, what's fascinating is the training. It is nonstop every day. It seems like it's 7 days a week, but it's a team of 4, and they have to work together hand in glove. They have to like each other, get along with each other, function as one unit for 10 days to make this mission successful. And again, to see 4 individual people, 4 different walks of life come together and function as one to make this possible. And it has been, months, years in the making, and to see them prep and the excitement that they were having. I saw it with the State of the Union. They went to the president's address, and again, they're selling the mission. They're selling NASA. They're selling the moon, but they were thrilled about going on this mission. They were thrilled about today, and again, 10 days together out to the moon, first time in nearly 50 years.
So much of this is possible because of what commercial companies have actually done, right? And that was a big shift that happened years ago, but that was something that was really important to changing the direction of space travel. You're the transportation secretary, so commercial space travel is something that's very important to you and that you're looking at. Why do you see this as being so important for the future of commercial space travel?
So again, I think in 2 ways, right? So we have NASA, and this is a NASA mission, and this is America's mission back to the moon. Private companies come in and help us out. But with regard to commercial space launches, that falls under us at DOT. So we license them, we orchestrate the launches in the commercial space industry. So we have a huge swath of what happens in with SpaceX and Blue and all the others. But I think what's happened with SpaceX and others is it's excited America, right? We were falling behind a little bit with NASA, and you saw the commercial side step up and get the country excited about space again, but that's lower Earth orbit. This is the time to think about, what can humanity do? What can America do together with its Artemis partners to go beyond what we have any conception of? And that's what we're going to see today. And I love you mentioned this today. You're like, if you're here, put your hands on the ground.
Yes, because you will feel that.
Feel it.
That's what's so exciting. And I know that you brought your son here to check that out and feel that.
I brought my 9-year-old son today. I took him out of school. He came down with my wife. But this is a moment that I think will be one of those historic moments that we'll look back on as that, America re-engaged in space again. We stepped away from it. We let others step forward. This is our moment to come back in. And there was a time that the adage was, he who controls the seas controls the world. Now it is he who controls space will control the world, right? We have to win. This is critically important. And then for humanity, where can we go? Can we go to other planets? How far can we explore? The technology that's developed to get us to the moon, to land on the moon, to sustain life on the moon, to get us to Mars, all things that are useful on life. We talked about, when I was the acting administrator, that we're going to have fission surface power. Well, that would be a self-contained power source. You could drop it in the jungle, you could drop it in the desert, you can use it in all kinds of places on Earth. So the things we think about, the money we invest that's going to help us in space, actually help us on Earth as well.
And that has been the history of this country. We have seen so many technologies develop because of space. Before I let you go, Mr. Secretary, so many tourists have been coming here, so many people flying in. Do you have an update on the TSA situation? So many people have been looking at that.
So, the president did an executive order. The TSA agents are getting paid. We were seeing lines 3 to 4 hours long throughout the country. At the most, we're seeing 40 minutes. It's moving pretty well. The agents are getting paid. Now, TSA only. ICE is already paid through 2028. Others aren't being paid, but at least for TSA, I think we're seeing those lines come down and the travel gridlock ease as we're still going through the spring break time frame.
All right. Well, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy,
Good to see
I
you,
hope
brother.
you have your feet on the ground and you feel
Feet and hands.
that.
Feet and hands.
That's
well,
right.
I'll take your pictures. You're down on 04.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Stephanie, back to you.
Thanks, Gio, and our thanks to the Transportation Secretary for making the time. As we approach launch, NASA is closely watching the weather conditions. Meteorologist Jeff Smith with our New York station WABC is tracking it all for us. Jeff?
Stephanie, of course, all eyes on the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida. In order for a rocket to launch, a lot of criteria has to be met. No strong winds, no precipitation, no lightning, definitely, and no cumulus clouds around. And I think we're going to meet all of that criteria as we head into the evening hours. That launch window from 6:24 to 8:24, temperatures between 75 at the beginning of the window and 70 at the end. Winds only about 8 to 16 miles per hour. No rain chance. The only little wild card, there might be a couple of clouds popping up, but I think it's still at least an 80% chance that this will not be scrubbed due to weather. Weather's a big story, though, in other parts of the country. We have some severe weather that could be breaking out, including parts of the nation's capital all the way up to Baltimore, maybe some damaging wind, large hail with those storms into this evening, Cincinnati down to Lexington. And of more concern, from Wichita Falls to Oklahoma City to Wichita, Kansas, an enhanced risk of severe storms, including the possibility of some strong tornadoes as a big storm, multifaceted storm moves over the Midwest, which will cause snow and ice on the northern side of it. We're talking Minneapolis and points north. We have ice storm warnings over central Wisconsin, winter storm warnings, Minneapolis, all the way to the UP of Michigan. Another enhanced risk of severe weather as we head into the day tomorrow, especially the western suburbs of Chicago tomorrow afternoon. Destructive wind, large hail, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Stephanie, back over to you.
Thanks so much, Jeff. Coming up here on ABC News Live Reports, more coverage on ABC News Live as we count down to the historic launch of Artemis II. But first, President Trump attends oral arguments as the Supreme Court takes up birthright citizenship. That's coming up.
This is what you need to know.
We'll take you straight to where news is happening.
And give you what you need to know all in under 10 minutes.
Every day, only on Disney+.
We'll take you to
Paris, Egypt, India, Doha, Ukraine,
Tokyo, Scotland, inside the White House and Capitol Hill, on the red carpet at the Oscars.
Wherever news is breaking,
anywhere in the world,
we'll take you right there.
The top stories, the latest headlines, the viral moments, what everyone's talking about.
What you need to know, all in under 10 minutes.
New episodes streaming every day.
Only on Disney+.
As we speak, our enemies are assembling. Whatever happens tonight, I will stand and fight.
Can you stop him?
Not alone.
Sheriff's office, come outside with your hands up! Show me your hands! Somebody got shot. His mom got shot. Right here, right here!
There is terror. Children have seen their mother get shot.
Take a step back because they're going to try to pick her up.
Why would a woman kill an unarmed neighbor who knocked on her door?
She wants to have a conversation.
Correct.
And instead she gets a bullet.
I screamed. Could have been any of us that knocked on that door that night.
All new 2020, Friday night on ABC and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
I believed in this world once. It's easier to accept a story than believe that the people around you are monsters.
We gather here tonight to bring women back to their rightful place. Blessed be the fruit.
It was time for us to change things.
You're a dream to me.
Welcome back. Here's a live look from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. In a little more than 2 hours, at 6:24 p.m. Eastern, to be exact, the launch window for NASA's Artemis II mission is set to open. This will mark the first time in more than 50 years astronauts will travel around the moon, paving the way for a future moon landing. We have full team coverage on ABC News Live all day long as we count down to liftoff. And we'll have more on that in just a moment. In other news, the U.S. Supreme Court heard oral arguments today about President Trump's bid to roll back automatic birthright citizenship, a case that could impact millions of people. President Trump attending the court's arguments as the White House asks the justice to uphold Trump's executive order to eliminate the status. But the ACLU argues the Constitution stops government officials from stripping citizenship away. ABC's Christian Cordero has more on this story.
Today, the fate of birthright citizenship is in the Supreme Court's hands after attorneys representing the Trump administration and the ACLU argued its constitutionality before the court's 9 justices. The administration wants to end birthright citizenship for the children of non-citizens, arguing the policy has been taken advantage of by undocumented immigrants.
8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Birthright citizenship has long been tied to the 14th Amendment, which says anyone born or naturalized in the U.S. and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. The administration argues undocumented immigrants are not subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S.
You're using some pretty obscure sources to get to this concept.
But today, all 3 liberal justices and most of the conservative ones appeared skeptical.
Children of ambassadors, children of enemies during a hostile invasion, children on warships. And then you expand it to the whole class of illegal aliens are here in the country. I'm not quite sure how you can get to that big group from such tiny and sort of idiosyncratic examples.
President Trump attended today's arguments and is the first sitting president to do so. He left halfway through the American Civil Liberties Union's opening statements. The ACLU's attorney, born in the U.S. to Taiwanese parents, spoke after court was dismissed.
My parents and so many of our parents and ancestors who came to this country seeking refuge, seeking new opportunities, and who relied on the rule that we've had in this country for 150 years.
President Trump reacted on social media after court, claiming the U.S. is the only country, quote, stupid enough to allow birthright citizenship, which isn't true. The Supreme Court is expected to rule on this case by this summer. Stephanie?
Christian, thank you. Joining me now for more on this is ABC's senior Washington reporter Devin Dwyer, along with ABC News legal analyst and former Trump administration official and senior editor of The Dispatch, Sarah Isker. Thank you both for joining me. Devin, I'd like to start with you. The majority of justices appeared skeptical of the Trump administration's bid to end birthright citizenship. What more do we know at this hour?
It was a pretty dramatic scene inside the courtroom. Let me first say, Stephanie, to see the president there, just steps from the justices, sat expressionless, attentive the whole time, though, as Christian mentioned there, he did get up and leave halfway through. The court did not acknowledge his presence, and it wasn't clear to me that he made eye contact with any of the justices, including the 3 that he appointed. But he was certainly plugged into the arguments that his Solicitor General was making inside that courtroom, but it seemed to land flat across the bench. Even among the conservatives, there wasn't a lot of interest in buying his reinterpretation of the text and the history of the 14th Amendment, which was passed after the Civil War to extend citizenship to slaves. A lot of concern, especially coming from Justice Amy Coney Barrett, about what the practical implications of this would be. If Trump's order, for example, were allowed to go into effect, Barrett asked Solicitor John Sauer, how would we go through the business of interpreting the intent of the parents and the child to stay in the United States and live in the United States, since that was the test that the administration was putting forward? So a lot of tough questions today. It seemed almost but certain that this order will not stand the Supreme Court test, but some interest from Justice Alito to maybe finding a way around this, but it seems like this is pretty much dead on arrival.
It's very interesting to watch. Several justices that the president appointed aggressively questioned the president's efforts. Sarah, how unprecedented is it for President Trump to hear the justices' arguments? Break down just the significance of his presence there.
No president has sat through an oral argument before. This building opened in 1935, so even President Taft, who had become the Chief Justice, who in fact had the idea for this building, never lived to actually see oral argument as Chief Justice in it. But I'm not surprised by what we heard at the argument. We have seen Presidents Biden and Trump try to skip Congress and do government by executive order. The court has shut it down, whether it's student loan debt forgiveness, Trump's tariffs, and as Devin said, we expect them to shut down birthright citizenship by executive order as well.
And Devin, the majority of justices mentioned the importance of domicile today. Explain how that ties into this landmark case.
Well, the 14th Amendment, Stephanie, basically the citizenship clause says that all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. It doesn't define what subject to the jurisdiction means. And so that's what a lot of the debate was about. And the government today said the subject to the jurisdiction means domiciled. Well, what does that mean? Well, the Trump attorney said it means living lawfully in the United States with intent to stay. And a lot of the conservative justices asked questions about, well, how did you come up with that? Where is that rooted? Did you just make it up? Does it have any grounding? Of course, the government had an argument for that, but there was a lot of skepticism to the idea that the domicile of a person, how would that be established? And is that really the basis that the 14th Amendment set out? It didn't seem to have many buyers today, but the Trump administration put that argument forward.
And Sarah, the Trump administration has often claimed that birth tourism, the idea that foreign nationals travel to the U.S. with the sole purpose of having a child here, poses a national security risk and undermines birthright citizenship. What are your thoughts on that argument?
I think this would have been a much more interesting oral argument if the executive order had limited itself to someone, for instance, here on a 6-month or less tourist visa. Obviously, it would have been more interesting if Congress had passed a law about this question. But here we have a sweeping executive order claiming to apply to anyone who is the child of someone who is not a U.S. citizen or a green card holder. And so to take this absolutist approach, I think, obviously, after today, the administration will realize was a mistake.
The court's decision expected end of June. We will all be watching. Thank you both very much, Devin and James, and Sarah, Sarah Isker. Thank you very much. Coming up on ABC News Live, some other news of the day, including what Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is saying about that flyby near Kid Rock's home. And Luigi Mangione back in court, convincing a judge to postpone his federal trial.
What were you fighting for?
My life and the ability to see my kids again.
We heard her screaming, help, help, help me, help me. There's a man trying to kill her. She's blood all over her face.
A prominent doctor now charged with the attempted murder of his wife.
Ariel Koenig takes the stand. You could hear a pin drop.
He just starts hitting my face and my head with a rock.
Edge of Death, 3 Ways to Kill, now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Is this hard to talk about?
Yeah,
See how the ground's about to take off. It's going to be crazy. I did a kind of a bad thing. So you hijacked the plane? Yeah.
He hasn't flown an airplane before.
How did he get that plane in the airplane? How did no one know?
Hey, you think this thing can do a barrel roll? Trying to figure out how to use the autopilot first. Boring.
He's going upside down. Holy!
Can we cut the cameras?
This is probably like jail time for life, huh?
For 47 years, no one has covered the conflict with Iran like ABC's Nightline. Now, with Operation Epic Fury, Nightline's special coverage, war with Iran. Every new day, every night, every breaking new detail. The reporting you need.
What happened to Sarah Stern?
911, where's the emergency? There's a car that's abandoned. It's off to the side of the road.
People were shocked to learn that something like this could happen in their backyard. We didn't know what to think. It was a complete shock.
You just never know. You never know who your friends are. It's kind of scary.
Diabolical, the whole thing.
Now, the stunning all-new 2020 true crime podcast, Bridge of Lies, wherever you listen to podcasts.
Tonight, NASA's first crewed moon mission in over 50 years. Plus, President Trump face-to-face with Supreme Court justices in the showdown over birthright citizenship. And President Trump claims Iran wants a ceasefire. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the #1 newscast in America.
You're watching America's #1 streaming news, ABC News Live. Breaking news, exclusives, live reporting. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Welcome back. Some other headlines we're following at this hour. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth now saying there will not be an investigation into an Army helicopter flyby over Kid Rock's Nashville area home. The Army previously said it launched a formal investigation and suspended the pilots. Kid Rock posted videos of him pointing and saluting two helicopters flying low by his pool. There he is. A federal judge is pushing Luigi Mangione's federal trial from September to October. The decision now giving the accused healthcare CEO killer an extra month between his state and federal trials. Mangione's defense originally asked that the trial be delayed to January 2027 to avoid focusing on both cases at the same time. But prosecutors arguing against it, saying witnesses' memories fade with passing time. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to state and federal charges. And a very happy ending for a New Zealand dog owner. A border collie named Molly separated from her owner during a hiking accident. She was found alive after missing for a week. Strangers helped raise thousands of dollars to hire a helicopter search team to find Molly. Hours after Molly's rescue, her owner, still battered from her fall, arrived to meet her best friend for a tearful reunion. So sweet. Back now to our coverage of NASA's historic Artemis II mission, set to blast off as early as 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. National Geographic, which is owned by ABC News' parent company Disney, has a partnership with NASA. Nat Geo recently got a unique behind-the-scenes look as the Artemis astronauts went through training at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Take a look.
You guys ready? We're all going to go up to here and we're going to talk about how to take pictures.
How do we tell the story of this section of the capsule?
Oh, that's a good one too, actually. Yeah, just
my leg coming out.
Yeah. You approach the vehicle, be careful not to step into the zone of death, because on the real vehicle, that will not be somewhere we can go. So we're very careful to train like we fly. Heading in. Oh, I'm gonna be hanging like a bat is my plan, but I won't even know it because there's no gravity.
Did y'all really get dibs on spots?
She thinks.
I know. I'm only short. I'm the
Shotgun.
Yeah, I basically called shotgun.
We're thinking maybe one of the sleeping bags will be kind of laid out like around this bend right here. So somebody's gonna have a head maybe over here, and then the feet all the way down there.
Trip into the toilet here. Now, one interesting thing is, yes, it's in the floor, but bye guys, I got some business to take care of. See ya. Once we're in here, a couple things become important. You need handholds because you're just floating up all over the place. You need to keep yourself down on the toilet seat. All right, all clear, opening the floor.
So exciting. Our thanks to National Geographic for that. And you can see more behind the scenes videos on natgeo.com/Artemis. I'm Stephanie Ramos. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We'll have much more of our continuing coverage of NASA's historic Artemis II launch, but we want to leave you with some highlights so far. Take a look.
Liftoff is just the beginning. The mission is, of course, a test mission.
And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew, taking their first steps outside. Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah.
Getting them strapped in and ready.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo,
Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland, from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home?
We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky, Minneapolis, Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live, streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
When I was little watching American Idol, I was sure that I was going to find a way onto that stage. This audition is the first page of my story.
I believe in myself.
If I could do this,
I belong here.
holy crap, I'm auditioning for American Idol.
Wow.
Beautiful.
That's what it's all about.
That was impressive.
The View's topics are red hot, and this week Brandy Norwood and Arsenio Hall both join the ladies. Plus, what'll happen when Whitney Cummings co-hosts? Find out on the most watched show in daytime, ABC's The View, and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Tonight, NASA's first crewed moon mission in over 50 years. Plus, President Trump face-to-face with Supreme Court justices in the showdown over birthright citizenship. And President Trump claims Iran wants a ceasefire. More Americans turn to world news tonight with David Muir, the #1 newscast in America.
I'm Stephanie Ramos in New York City. Let's get right to our top story. A historic space mission. NASA hoping to redefine space exploration in less than 2 hours. Live images showing Artemis II. There it is, prepped and fueled from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Soon, 4 astronauts, including 3 Americans and 1 Canadian, will embark on the first space mission to the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972. And to begin our team coverage, let's go to ABC's Mola Lenghi in Titusville, Florida, just right across the river from the Kennedy Space Center.
Point is much ready for liftoff. The Artemis II crew is suited up and on board the spacecraft. The on-site clock ticking down to a planned launch time of 6:24 p.m. Eastern from Florida's Kennedy Space Center. The 4-person crew ready to make history.
We are going to send them farther into space than humans have ever gone before. They'll be flying faster than any humans have ever gone before.
It's the first moon mission in more than 50 years. The 10-day, 685,000-mile journey will take the crew on a lunar orbit that NASA hopes will propel space exploration forward.
It's the opening act of a lot of missions to send astronauts to the moon, this time to build an enduring presence, to build the moon base and realize all its scientific and economic potential. It's just
This is the first time Artemis will have a crew on board. There's plenty on the itinerary for the next 10 days. Once in orbit, it's time to take Orion for a spin, testing all of the systems and manually flying the spacecraft as part of a demonstration to make sure everything is working properly. Once everything's good, they'll head towards the moon and do a lunar flyby before slingshotting back, re-entering Earth's atmosphere with an eventual splashdown into the ocean.
It's just such an experience to be able to see one of those go off and just to feel that power.
Here we are going back,
Yeah.
after all these years.
Folks gathering to watch the launch in Titusville, Florida, just across the Indian River Lagoon from the Kennedy Space Center. Jessica Richardson, here to create a lifelong memory for her sons.
My son loves anything engineers, space, astronauts. He loves all of that.
An exciting time. Mola joins me now with more right there in Florida. Mola, I can see the crowd behind you. Everyone is so excited. What's the energy like as we are now just hours away from the launch window opening? What are people saying?
Yeah, Stephanie, when we first got here this morning to this location, there were a few dozen people. Now, everywhere you look, as far as you can see, there are people. It's shoulder to shoulder. They are still showing up. The excitement is building. Folks just ready to witness history. And the reasons why they come, there's a range from just wanting to see something that is a once-in-a-lifetime sort of opportunity that you don't get to see every day. Everything from that to wanting to witness and be a part of history. You know, we've talked to some folks who are old enough to be around for the Apollo missions of the 1960s and 70s, and they were fascinated and captivated by that when they were kids, and then wanting to come here today to kind of reconnect with those childhood fascinations and imagination. And then other folks who were not around for that, weren't old enough to experience the Apollo missions, who want to connect to this new chapter and this new legacy that NASA is building.
We've certainly come a long way. Mola, this crew is making history in more ways than one. How many firsts could we see here?
Yeah, a lot of firsts, Stephanie. You know, the crew themselves, you got the first African-American, the first woman, the first Canadian to be a part of a lunar mission. This crew as a whole, the 4-member crew, will be going deeper and further into space than any humans have ever traveled. This is the first moon mission in more than 50 years, so a chance to kind of reconnect with that lunar legacy. But, you know, this mission is also not just about history, but it's also about looking forward. You know, NASA hopes that this Artemis mission paves the way for many more Artemis missions to come. Hopefully one day to be able to build a permanent base on the moon, something that can support potentially even sending humans to Mars one day, Stephanie.
Absolutely, a very important test flight. Mola, thank you so much. We'll let you go hang out with your new friends there. And let's bring in Professor of Aeronautics and Director of the Plasma Propulsion Lab at Princeton University, Edgar Choueiri, and space journalist Swapna Krishna, who is at the press area at the launch site there. Edgar, I'd like to start with you as we await the launch of Artemis II. What are these critical moments like? What are you watching for today?
Well, I'm a propulsion guy, so I'm watching the rockets. The rockets are actually now going to become very soon the star of the show. The first 8 minutes of this mission is all about rockets. After that, the rockets will turn off, and there will be 2 or 3 major rocket firings later on in the mission. But the first 8 minutes are all about rockets. Right now, the fuel has been, the big rockets have been fueled. However, the fuel is evaporating at a tremendous rate, and that's by the nature of liquid hydrogen. So the fuel is being topped. There will be one last topping about 30 minutes before the launch, and after that, no more topping. We're going to about half a tank full of a truck tank for a highway truck tank will evaporate, but that's fine. The other thing is cooling the engine. The engine is going to be subjected to tremendous thermal heat when they start firing up. The firing will happen about 6.6 seconds before launch. These are the SR-25 engine. There are 4 engines, very much like beefed up or evolved engines from the space shuttle. These go up to thousands of degrees, and they have to be cooled, and that's cooling going on right now to prepare them. Well, we will start very soon. Well, actually, it has started, but it will end about 10 minutes before the active cooling before launch. So all of these have to happen for the rockets to do their job. And starting about 10 seconds before launch, computers will take over, rockets will take over the guidance and control system, and we'll all be spectators, including the astronauts and including people on the ground. Hopefully, nobody will have to interfere.
Oh, it's all so interesting. Okay, all about the rockets. I'm all in. Swapna, the last time man landed on the moon, there was a space crew of 3 astronauts. Today we have a crew of 4, including 1 woman and a black man. We know that this is not a landing mission, but what more do we know about this crew?
This crew, I will tell you, they have been a gift for the media. Everybody on this crew speaks so well about this mission and about the impact of this mission. They're so good at outreach, and I think that they're really a gift.
And Edgar, if today's successful, what would this mission mean for the future of space exploration?
Well, it's the first link in an important chain, which is this very complex machine that's going to take us back to the moon, where hopefully humans will stay. This is the first human test of all the hardware that's been developed over the past few years, with that end in mind, with that goal in mind. Without a human test, we cannot be sure if this is going to work. So this is the first time we're kicking the tire, so to speak, literally to find out if all the maneuvers, all the mechanisms, all the life support systems, communication, avionics, all have to work according to plan. And some of them might not work exactly right, which is fine. That's part of the engineering iteration cycle, where after the mission, hopefully all of us will learn from what all the data that's going to be gathered and to improve and to evolve this into a ready system for landing people on the moon, hopefully by 2028.
Researchers say this could pave the way for sustained lunar presence. All right, we'll be watching. Edgar and Swapna, thank you so much. And earlier, ABC's transportation correspondent Gio Benitez caught up with Transportation Secretary and former acting NASA Administrator Sean Duffy in Florida ahead of the launch. Here's part of their conversation.
I was alive when the last mission to the moon happened, but I don't remember it. Like most Americans have no recollection of a moment like this, that we're sending man back out to the moon. So
I mean,
none of us have seen it.
1972 was the last time.
So that's the historic moment that this is, and this is the second space race. It is on, and America's back, baby. We are like in the race, and we're going to win the race.
You have been spending a lot of time with these astronauts. They are incredible people. We were talking about how incredibly smart but down to earth they are. What are some of the things that you talk to them about?
I talk about the mission, and I mean, again, what's fascinating is the training. It is nonstop every day. It seems like it's 7 days a week, but it's a team of 4, and they have to work together hand in glove. They have to like each other, get along with each other, function as one unit for 10 days to make this mission successful. And again, to see 4 individual people, 4 different walks of life come together and function as one to make this possible, and it has been, months, years in the making, and to see them prep and the excitement that they were having. I saw it with the State of the Union. They went to the president's address, and again, they're selling the mission, they're selling NASA, they're selling the moon, but they were thrilled about going on this mission. They were thrilled about today, and again, 10 days together out to the moon, first time in nearly 50 years.
Our thanks to Gio Benitez for that. As we approach launch, NASA is closely watching the weather conditions, as you can imagine. Meteorologist Jeff Smith with our New York station WABC is tracking it all for us. Jeff?
Stephanie, of course, all eyes on the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida. In order for a rocket to launch, a lot of criteria has to be met. No strong winds, no precipitation, no lightning, definitely, and no cumulus clouds around. And I think we're going to meet all of that criteria as we head into the evening hours. That launch window from 6:24 to 8:24, temperatures between 75 at the beginning of the window and 70 at the end. Winds only about 8 to 16 miles per hour. No rain chance. The only little wild card, there might be a couple of clouds popping up, but I think it's still at least an 80% chance that this will not be scrubbed due to weather. Weather's a big story, though, in other parts of the country. We have some severe weather that could be breaking out, including parts of the nation's capital all the way up to Baltimore. Maybe some damaging wind, large hail with those storms into this evening. Cincinnati down to Lexington. And of more concern, from Wichita Falls to Oklahoma City to Wichita, Kansas, an enhanced risk of severe storms, including the possibility of some strong tornadoes as a big storm, multifaceted storm, moves over the Midwest, which will cause snow and ice on the northern side of it. We're talking Minneapolis and points north. We have ice storm warnings over central Wisconsin, winter storm warnings, Minneapolis, all the way to the UP of Michigan. Another enhanced risk of severe weather as we head into the day tomorrow, especially the western suburbs of Chicago tomorrow afternoon. Destructive wind, large hail, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Stephanie, back over to you.
Jeff, thanks so much. Coming up, more coverage on ABC News Live as we count down to the historic launch of Artemis II. But first, strikes fly across the Middle East as President Trump claims Iran's new regime is asking for a ceasefire.
My marriage ended with a 911 call.
911 emergency. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Sorry, I'm sorry. I can't breathe. You should know from the start.
I have the most gorgeous bride. I love her very much.
It was really everything I dreamed of.
This is the beginning of a lifetime.
It seemed like what every woman wants, and that's the scary thing.
This was a dangerous and violent betrayal.
He said, "You're not gonna leave, and if you do, I will kill you." That very same night, I went and bought a gun.
I'm gonna keep my eye on you.
I set up a tape recorder.
The tape is blood-curdling.
It's horrifying. What happens when the person you love the most turns out not to be who you think they are? This is betrayal.
Betrayal, Secrets and Lies. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu. What happened to Sarah Stern?
911, where's the emergency? There's a car that's abandoned. It's off to the side of the road.
People were shocked to learn that something like this could happen in their backyard.
We didn't know what to think. It was a complete shock.
You just never know. You never know who your friends are. It's kind of scary.
Diabolical, the whole thing.
Now, the stunning all-new 2020 true crime podcast, Bridge of Lies, wherever you listen to podcasts.
RJ Decker, I'm a private investigator.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday.
You here to offer me another job?
Maybe we dive in together and find something that connects.
What happened to your eye?
It's complicated.
Welcome back. Here's a live look from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA's Artemis II crew is now on board that rocket right there that's set to blast off later this evening. We've just learned NASA is currently troubleshooting an issue with the flight termination system. But the countdown is still on. This will mark the first time in more than 50 years astronauts will travel around the moon, paving the way for a future moon landing. We have full team coverage on ABC News Live all day as we count down to liftoff, and we'll have more on that in just a moment. And in just a few hours, President Trump is set to address the nation for a, quote, important update on the war. It comes as Iran is rejecting President Trump's claims that Tehran is asking for a ceasefire, and Israel and Iran continue to exchange heavy strikes across the region. CENTCOM reporting more than 12,000 Iranian targets have been hit since the start of the war, and U.S. ties to NATO are now in question. Trump threatening to pull out of the alliance once again. ABC's foreign correspondent Britt Clennett is in Jerusalem with more. Britt, what can you tell us about the latest strikes between Israel and Iran?
Hey, Stephanie. Yeah, so heavy strikes did continue in Iran, with Israel saying its Air Force carried out strikes on dozens of targets across the country, including a shipbuilding company. Now, there was an uptick of strikes on Israel, too, more than we've seen in the last few days, actually. One Iranian missile, it wounded 14 people in central Israel. Air raid sirens, meanwhile, sounded in Tel Aviv and here in Jerusalem this evening as Iran fired a barrage of missiles shortly before the start of the Jewish festival of Passover. Israeli media, they reported that cluster missions were used. These scatter bomblets across quite a wide area, and Iran and Israel have previously accused each other of using those weapons. We know that Iran says Trump's claims of regime change are false. That's according to Iranian officials. Trump, though, claiming in a post to his Truth Social platform earlier that Iran's new regime president had made the request for a ceasefire, but it really wasn't clear to whom the U.S. president was referring to, given that Iran still has the same president as it did before the war, Stephanie.
And Britt, we know there is some news relating to Lebanon. What can you tell us about Israel announcing a plan to occupy parts of southern Lebanon?
Yeah, so our teams have been looking into this, and what our reporting shows is mass destruction along the border with Israel in the past weeks. They seem to match with Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz's plan to approach southern Lebanon with the same kind of Gaza model, flattening the entire area, preventing 600,000 people from returning home. For now, at least. Israel saying a Hezbollah commander was among at least 7 killed in a strike on Lebanon's Beirut. And the number of people who have died since the war started on the 28th of February in Lebanon now stands at 1,318. That's according to the health ministry inside Lebanon. A further 3,935 people are reported to have been wounded, with 50 people, Stephanie, having died in the past 24 hours alone there.
Israel pushing that major offensive there in Lebanon. Britt, has there been any international reaction to President Trump's consideration to pull the U.S. out of NATO?
Yeah, so the president said he was never swayed by NATO and Ukraine was never the U.S.'s problem. And the president said he will bring this up in his address tonight, saying he will torch NATO and he will be discussing his disgust with the alliance, he said. Trump, again, as you say, threatening to pull out of NATO, calling European allies cowards for their refusal to support the joint U.S.-Israeli war against Iran. A few hours after he made the comment, President Zelensky saying he had productive calls with U.S. officials as well as NATO. Zelensky obviously having a vested interest in keeping that unity alive. But certainly we know that European leaders have been frustrated by the direction of this war and certainly, have called for some criticism in the past.
Absolutely. Britt, thank you very much. For more on this, I'd like to bring in Policy Director of United Against Nuclear Iran, Jason Brodsky. Jason, thanks so much for your time. What's your reaction to President Trump's threats of pulling the U.S. out of NATO?
It's great to be with you. I think President Trump is threatening to pull the U.S. out of NATO, to use his leverage to try to get our European allies and partners to do more. The reality is, very sadly, that the United Kingdom has not done all that it can to counter the Iranian regime. It hasn't even sanctioned the IRGC as a terrorist organization, in contrast to even the European Union. France and Spain have also, and Italy, have been very problematic in terms of not assisting the U.S. In Operation Epic Fury, despite the Iranian regime targeting the Bank of America's headquarters in Paris with a terror attack recently. So I think the president is trying to get the European allies to do more here.
And with Israel and the U.S. ramping up its military might against Tehran, what options or pathways does the U.S. actually have to bring this war to an end?
Well, I think the U.S. may want to declare mission accomplished, but I think Iran's regime, as long as it's in power, gets the vote. And unfortunately, so I see the Iranian regime trying to rebuild their deterrence, even if the U.S. were to unilaterally declare a ceasefire today. So that is going to be an ongoing issue, and that might necessitate the United States having to escalate matters to de-escalate in the long run, because Iran views itself as winning right now, despite incurring immense losses given its stranglehold over the Strait of Hormuz. And the U.S. is going to have to change that calculation of the Iranian narrative of victory if it wants to make progress diplomatically.
And Jason, what are you going to watch for as the president prepares to address the nation tonight? Do you think the White House is looking at this address as a chance to reset the narrative on where the war is headed?
Yeah, I think the president is going to be giving an operational update to the American people to show what the U.S. Armed Forces and our allies have accomplished with respect to Iran, and also to outline a theory of the case as to why this was necessary to maintain and build public support for the continuation of the campaign until its natural conclusion. And so that's, I think, the U.S. goal here. I don't anticipate the president to make any dramatic announcements in this speech because he wants to save those dramatic announcements for the battlefield when they happen, to preserve the element of surprise.
Jason, thank you very much, Jason, for your time and insights. Really appreciate it. And you can watch the president's address to the nation on the war with Iran tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on ABC News Live. And coming up, some other news of the day, including what Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is saying about that flyby near Kid Rock's home. And Luigi Mangione back in court, trying to convince a judge to postpone his federal trial.
For 47 years, no one has covered the conflict with Iran like ABC's Nightline. Now, with Operation Epic Fury, Nightline's special coverage, war with Iran. Every new day, every night, every breaking new detail. The reporting you need.
When this view is over, there's a whole other view just getting started.
Hello. Hello.
From backstage secrets.
No, that's not what I said. That's what you said. Oh my God.
To the views you didn't get to hear.
I was blown away.
We're playing with fire here.
Why are so many people listening to the Views Behind the Table podcast?
I can't imagine you can keep all of that.
Because nothing's off limits behind the table. Subscribe and listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
All across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are,
It's good to be home.
it feels like home.
When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we've both never been. Growing up doesn't mean
Good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home, putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
I'm George. How are you?
And the day ahead.
The View's topics are red hot, and this week Brandy Norwood and Arsenio Hall both join the ladies. Plus, what'll happen when Whitney Cummings co-hosts? Find out on the most watched show in daytime, ABC's The View, and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
I'm Gio Benitez at the Kennedy Space Center covering that historic mission to the moon with Artemis II. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. Some other headlines we're following at this hour. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth now saying there will not be an investigation into an Army helicopter flyby over Kid Rock's Nashville area home. The Army previously said it launched a formal investigation and suspended the pilots. Kid Rock posted videos of him pointing and saluting two helicopters flying low by his pool. There he is. A federal judge is pushing Luigi Mangione's federal trial from September to October. The decision now giving the accused healthcare CEO killer an extra month between his state and federal trials. Mangione's defense originally asked that the trial be delayed to January 2027 to avoid focusing on both cases at the same time. But prosecutors arguing against it, saying witnesses' memories fade with passing time. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to state and federal charges. And a very happy ending for a New Zealand dog owner. A border collie named Molly separated from her owner during a hiking accident. She was found alive after missing for a week. Strangers helped raise thousands of dollars to hire a helicopter search team to find Molly. Hours after Molly's rescue, her owner, still battered from her fall, arrived to meet her best friend for a tearful reunion. So sweet. Back now to our coverage of NASA's historic Artemis II mission, set to blast off as early as 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. National Geographic, which is owned by ABC News' parent company Disney, has a partnership with NASA. Nat Geo recently got a unique behind-the-scenes look as the Artemis astronauts went through training at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Take a look.
You guys ready? We're all going to go up to here and we're going to talk about how to take pictures.
How do we tell the story of this section of the capsule?
Oh, that's a good one too, actually. Yeah, just
my
like
leg coming out.
yeah. As you approach the vehicle, be careful not to step into the zone of death, because on the real vehicle, that will not be somewhere we can go. So we're very careful to train like we fly. Heading in. Well, I'm gonna be hanging like a bat is my plan, but I won't even know it because there's no gravity.
Did y'all really get dibs on spots?
She thinks.
I know. I'm only short. I'm shotgun. Yeah, I basically called shotgun.
We're thinking maybe one of the sleeping bags will be kind of laid out like around this bend right here. So somebody's gonna have a head maybe over here, and then the feet all the way down there.
Trip into the toilet here. Now, one interesting thing is, yes, it's in the floor, but bye guys, I got some business to take care of. See ya. Once we're in here, a couple things become important. You need handholds because you're just floating up all over the place. You need to keep yourself down on the toilet seat. All right, all clear, opening the floor.
So exciting. Our thanks to National Geographic for that. And you can see more behind the scenes videos on natgeo.com/Artemis. I'm Stephanie Ramos. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We'll have much more of our continuing coverage of NASA's historic Artemis II launch, but we want to leave you with some highlights so far. Take a look.
Liftoff is just the beginning. The mission is, of course, a test mission.
And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew, taking their first steps outside. Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah.
Getting them strapped in and ready.
All across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are,
It's good to be home.
it feels like home.
When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we both never been. Growing up doesn't mean
Good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home, putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
I'm George. How are you?
And the day ahead.
David Muir, the most trusted anchor in America, the most watched anchor in America. Thank you for making World News Tonight with David Muir the #1 newscast in America. For 47 years, no one has covered the conflict with Iran like ABC's Nightline. Now, with Operation Epic Fury, Nightline's special coverage, War with Iran. Every new day, every night, every breaking new detail. The reporting you need. Now you can listen to a podcast version of 2020, available free wherever you listen.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
Reporting live from Wall Street on President Trump's tariff threats, I'm Elizabeth Schulze. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
The historic journey, decades in the making. NASA leaping into the future of space exploration, building upon generations of human ingenuity. Artemis II, its eyes set on returning to the moon, with the goal of building a permanent base there. Our special coverage starts right now.
Good day from ABC Space Headquarters in New York.
10, 9.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing.
4, 3.
Not because they are easy.
1, 0.
But because they are hard.
We have liftoff.
For the first time, man will go to the moon.
Roger, 0G, and I feel fine. Oh, that view is tremendous.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I'm Stephanie Ramos in New York. You're watching ABC News Live, Artemis II, Mission to the Moon. And a welcome to our friends joining us from National Geographic. We're just moments away from the planned liftoff on Florida's Space Coast. Launch teams say they are troubleshooting an issue right now, but the countdown is continuing. We'll have more on that in just a moment. The Artemis II rocket and spacecraft carrying 4 astronauts set to blast off into Earth's orbit, then embark on a flyby of the moon. NASA's first trip there since 1972. The critical journey, part of a wider mission to eventually build a permanent human base on the lunar surface. The crew for Artemis II, NASA astronauts, mission commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook, as well as Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, all set to make history, making this the farthest human trip ever into deep space on board the Orion space capsule Integrity. The team set to spend a day in high Earth orbit before firing an engine and flying to and around the moon in a figure 8, eventually splashing down back on Earth on day 10. And here's another live look at the Artemis II rocket on the launch pad, NASA's most powerful rocket ever built, taller than the Statue of Liberty. The countdown to liftoff is now entering its final minutes, and we'll have more on the mission, the crew, and the engineering feats that made this day possible as we await a final go from launch control. But first, let's go to ABC News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez live near the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Gio, launch teams are now troubleshooting an issue on the flight termination system. What do you know?
Yeah, so this is a pretty significant issue right now, Stephanie. So you'll see behind me that countdown clock, it is still moving. They're still operating as normal, as if they were to take off at 6:24 p.m. Eastern. But at this point, they would not be able to take off just yet. And that's because they do have this issue with the flight termination system. And essentially, this is a signal that would tell them, hey, the rocket is going in the wrong direction, so potentially endangering lives, so to speak. And if that were to happen, this signal would allow them to self-destruct that rocket and make sure to save lives and not endanger people on the ground. So it is very, very important that that works so that they could do that. If they were to abort this mission as it takes off, for example, that space capsule, the Orion spacecraft, would be able to separate from the rocket before that happens to save that crew and make sure that they can get off that safely. But of course, you want to make sure that this system, this flight termination system, works perfectly, because it is critical. So at this point, if they were to try to take off now, it would probably be a no-go at the moment. And so they're troubleshooting that, trying to figure out what to do right now. But remember, this launch window is 2 hours long. So even though that says 1 hour and 20 minutes, still, they do have some leeway. They do have an extra 2 hours to be able to launch this tonight. And if they can fix this issue before that window closes, then we will be making history tonight, Stephanie.
We absolutely will. If there is a launch, Gio, what can we expect?
So if there is a launch, then you'll be able to take these astronauts into space, and they will stay in Earth's orbit for about a day. Then they will slingshot off to the moon. They will go ahead and go around the far side of the moon. No human eyes have laid eyes on the far side of the moon, so that will be quite extraordinary. And then they'll be able to come back. The whole mission would be about 10 days, 685,000 miles traveled. They will go farther than any other human has ever gone before. So it's quite exciting if that happens. And remember, the intent is not to land these humans on the moon right now. It is just to go ahead and make sure that the system works. And if it does, eventually in 2028, that's when we would see humans land on the moon.
And Gio, as you know, this crew is making history in more ways than one. How many firsts could we see here?
An extraordinary amount of firsts. So we're talking about the pilot, Victor Glover. He would be the first African-American to go to the moon. Then you have Christina Cook, the first woman to go to the moon. And then you have Jeremy Hansen, the first Canadian to go to the moon. So it's quite extraordinary how many firsts would be happening on this flight, aside from going farther than any other human before.
And Gio, I've been watching you all day. You were on Good Morning America this morning. We've been chatting throughout the day. I know you are excited. Just personally share with us, how do you feel being there, being so close to the launch pad?
You know, there is nothing quite as unifying and special as a launch, because when you see this take off, you first of all feel the vibrations coming from the ground and up your body. It's extraordinary. But you also see, and you get quite emotional about this, because you see what can happen when humans come together. And these are the things that are possible with humanity, to see something so extraordinary happen that we can lift off this planet, we can lift off our own personal little spaceship here into space and go farther than ever before. It's pretty special stuff.
It is so special. Also just reminds us of just how tiny we are when we're watching this process and seeing exactly where these astronauts are going. Incredible. Gio, thank you so much for your reporting.
Thank you.
Now to Titusville, Florida, nearby the Kennedy Space Center, where large crowds of spectators have gathered along the beach there waiting to watch the launch in person. That's where we find ABC's Mola Langi. Mola, what is the energy like there in Titusville as we approach liftoff?
Yeah, a lot of excitement, Stephanie. You know, when we first got here this morning, there were a few dozen people here. Now, well over 1,000. People are shoulder to shoulder. It's hard to even find a place to sit. These folks excited to witness this launch, to see the launch right across the Indian River Lagoon there. Folks are excited to be a part of history. You know, every time I kind of walk through, I'll have a couple of people grab me like, hey, what are you hearing? Is it gonna take off? Is the launch still happening? So people excited about being here and witnessing history. We've talked to folks who were old enough to have experienced and witnessed the Apollo missions of the 1960s and 70s. And they were, you know, fascinated and captivated as kids by that. And this is a chance to kind of reconnect with that fascination. Also folks here who were not old enough to be around, but want to be a part of this next chapter, bringing their kids out to hopefully create some lasting memories for them as well, Stephanie.
Absolutely. Such a historic day. Mola, thank you. And this launch is contingent on good weather. WABC meteorologist Lee Goldberg joins me now to talk about the weather. How is it looking out there? How's it looking for Florida along the Space Coast?
So if you we saw Mola's pictures, we saw Gio's pictures. There was cloud cover in the background. That's actually a key factor in this. So the thing is, we have multiple criteria that we cannot violate in terms of this launch taking place. You need temperatures between 41 degrees and 94 degrees. You need limited to no cloud cover, no cumulus clouds, no lightning, no precipitation. We've even been monitoring solar activity because there was a flare that came off the sun on the 30th, but thankfully that's not a direct impact. So at this point, we're seeing showers moving inland, clearing skies start to move in. So I think we're going to be in pretty good shape. It's an 80% go, and as long as the current issue they have right now doesn't line up with another patch of cloud cover, I don't think weather is going to be the main issue tonight. I think we're going to be in good shape. Temperatures are in the 70s, so that's in a sweet spot too. We just need this cloud layer to not be about 4,500 feet. So they can kind of shoot the gap with that and look for those windows where the cloud cover gets limited and you're able to launch the rocket, which I think most likely that would be able to happen, at least in terms of weather.
Okay, sounds good, Lee. Thank you so much. For more now, we are absolutely thrilled to be joined by former astronaut and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Senator Kelly, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. You've talked about how this mission is something we've literally never done before. What are you watching for over these next few hours?
Well, Stephanie, hopefully in about an hour and a half, these 4 astronauts are going to launch on a trip here from Florida all the way to the moon and back. There's always some technical issue that has to be worked out. They're looking at a problem with the flight termination system, but the weather's clearing up. The winds are dying down. So right now, I'd say we look like we're in pretty good shape.
That is certainly some good news. You've spent more than 50 days in space and traveled more than 20 million miles. What type of butterflies are the astronauts feeling right now in this tense hour and a half before a possible liftoff?
Well, I mean, this is a really exciting day for them. They've been preparing for this for years. I think it's also exciting for their families, for NASA, for the country. What else are they feeling? They're probably very focused right now on, you know, the technical issue they're working on, but also making sure that the systems of the spacecraft are all configured correctly. They've got checklists they're working through. I know on my 4 space flights, it's really making sure the crew is focused on the mission. There are certainly things that they could do on board the vehicle that could stop the launch count. You want to make sure that you do not make those kind of mistakes.
And Senator, the astronauts in Artemis II will travel potentially further than any human has ever done. Does any part of you wish you were doing it? You've been on 4 space flights. Is there a part of you that's like, oh, I miss that. I miss this?
Stephanie, any part? I mean, all of me wants to do that. I wish I could jump in there and, you know, take the place of any of the crew members. I don't even have to be the guy in charge this time, which actually wouldn't be a good idea because I do not know enough about the Orion systems and the procedures, but sure, I would love to have the opportunity to do something like this. When I was a kid, I thought I would be the first person to walk on the planet Mars. I mean, that's what I was working for. Unfortunately, I think I was born in the wrong century.
Oh, you've accomplished a lot despite that. Let's talk about this space race. We hear about that a lot. You say you want to beat China to the moon. The U.S. should beat China to the moon. Do you believe there's any chance we won't? And just share with us why it's so important.
Well, we don't really know much about their timeline and how focused they are on this. They do have a plan to put Chinese astronauts on the surface of the moon. They're trying to do something that we did in the 1960s. So let me be perfectly clear about that. The mission that we're trying to do is to build some infrastructure on the moon at the lunar South Pole and do it in a way that's more sustainable in the sense that we're going to continue to go back and build an economy on the surface of the moon. I would like us to put U.S. astronauts on the surface of the moon on Artemis. It might be, you know, let's say it's going to be Artemis Mission 5, I think, is in the plan right now. I'd like to do that before the Chinese get back there. I think the American people would be disappointed. I know I would if they were on the moon before we were back to the surface of the moon.
And Senator, I do want to mention that NASA has just addressed the issue that they were dealing with, and apparently everything is going as planned. So no delays for now.
Awesome.
So we are on schedule. But I do want to ask, many Americans have said that this is very costly. It's cost billions of dollars to go on these missions, to spend on these missions. They can't afford groceries, health care. Talk a little bit about why it's important to spend this money on these types of missions.
Well, the American people get a return on the investment in science and exploration and discovery. I think that's pretty clear if you watch just the history of our space program over decades. It does cost a lot. I understand that. I serve in the United States Senate and, have to, I'm part of the process to come up with a budget each year. NASA's budget is less than 1% of the federal budget. But these are taxpayer dollars, and we have to be careful with how we spend them. And there are certainly things, this administration has done, especially recently, that, from a lot of different perspectives, do not make a lot of sense. This makes a lot of sense. And this, by the way, is also Donald Trump's plan from his first administration. And I've been supportive of it. When he started it, and then through the Biden administration, and now I'd like to see the Artemis program continue until we, get that permanent presence on the moon.
And while we have you, we want to talk about your inspiration when it came to getting into space when you were a child. When Neil Armstrong took the first step on the moon, you were in kindergarten. Is that right? And did that help you, help inspire you to become an astronaut? Just if you could share that with us, we're just curious.
Well, I think it inspired my twin brother, Scott, to become an astronaut. But my mom tells me that I fell asleep on the floor. I was 5, and I was apparently tired. It was late at night, so I missed it. But it was like Apollo 12 and Apollo 14, 15, 16, up to 17. I watched those missions. I saw astronauts not only on the surface of the moon, but driving a vehicle on the surface of the moon, and learned about those astronauts and the missions behind them. And then I watched the Apollo Soyuz and, and the first space station that we built on orbit, which was called Skylab, and then had the opportunity to do that myself, going to ISS 4 times in the space shuttle. So these missions can be very inspirational for kids, where they might decide, hey, I want to be a scientist, I want to be an engineer, maybe I want to be an astronaut. So there's value in this beyond just the technological and the innovation aspect of it.
Absolutely. And I have to mention that my son's classmates in science class, they've been watching the coverage of Artemis II, and they are very excited. So who knows, there's likely an astronaut in that group, but somewhere across the country, someo's being influenced by all of this.
My granddaughter is watching from her school in Tucson, Arizona. They got the entire school together to watch this. I don't know at what time. I mean, she's going to be 5 in May, so she's basically the same age I was when Neil Armstrong, took that first step onto the moon when I was asleep on the floor.
Senator, you are one of a select group of people who will ever get a view of planet Earth from space. We know that your brother Scott also spent time in space. How did looking at stunning views of Earth from above change your perspective? I would imagine that it would have an impact on how you look at life.
I mean, just seeing this big, giant, round ball. Let me say again, round, for those people out there that don't seem to understand that part of it. Just this round ball floating in the blackness of space. And you just see this thing, and it is an island in our solar system. And we have no place else to go. I mean, we're not all moving to Mars someday. You get this really strong feeling about how we have to take care of this planet. We have to do a better job at it. And we are all in this together.
Well said. Senator Mark Kelly, it's been an honor to speak with you. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And we do want to mention that both hatches have now been closed. So we are moving this train right along, or should I say rocket? We're moving this rocket right along. All right, Senator Kelly, thank you. My next guest is someone who knows a lot about space as well and carrying out a mission of this magnitude. Joining me here on set is ABC News contributor and astrophysicist Hakeem Oluseyi. Hakeem, thank you so much for joining me in studio. This is exciting.
This is so exciting. Happy launch day.
Happy launch day.
Yes.
Can you walk us through this mission from launch to splashdown? We've been covering it all day. We're watching the images come in. We know that both hatches have now been locked in. So
yes.
Walk us through. Where are they right now in this process?
Yes. So they are locked in now. So it looks like, unless something else pops up, they are on their way virtually, right? The countdown continues. That's the important thing. And, if you've seen me on here before, I'm always concerned with safety. And so this very first step of launch is when the spacecraft is going to be under incredible stresses. Luckily, the atmosphere gets thinner as you go up, right? So that works out in our favor. But first, the spacecraft is going to go into orbit around Earth, and it's going to run some experiments, right? And so then they are going to do a burn that sends them on their trajectory to the moon. And this trajectory is a special trajectory. And what that means is that nothing incredibly different has to happen for them to return home. It's a free return trajectory. So the first day, they're going to be in Earth orbit, days through to 4. They're going to do their outbound transit, and they're going to be in space between the Earth and the moon, still running experiments. The life support systems were not tested with real humans in the Artemis I. This craft hasn't had humans on it before. There's a radiation room that they can test out in case there's things for future missions like coronal mass ejections or solar flares that create a radiation danger for the astronauts. And then they're going to go and do their lunar flyby. And so if you look at the diameter of the Earth, it's just under 4,000, the radius of the Earth is just over 4,000 miles from the center of the Earth to its surface. They're going to go even further than that, beyond the moon, right? So they're going to be farther away from Earth than any humans ever. And then they're going to return to Earth. And again, this is when it gets really hectic because the craft is under incredible stresses once it begins re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. And unlike the trip out, the atmosphere gets thicker. So the key technology here are these heat shield technologies, these tiles that prevent the heat from going into the craft, allowing it to maintain its integrity. So that's new technology that's going to be tested with humans inside for the first time. And ultimately, they get to a point where they deploy their parachutes, they splash down in the ocean, and they are recovered. And the fact that us primates are able to, we were in the Stone Age not long ago.
Right.
And now we're sending humans far beyond the moon.
It's sometimes mind-boggling. It really is. Just to hear, I mean, we've been talking about this all day, but it is just incredible. And we know that rocket is going to re-enter the orbit at 25,000 miles per hour, which tests the heat shield. Is that right?
That's right. And the other thing to understand is how crazy the forces is that the spacecraft experiences. There is a huge pressure on one side, lots of friction, and not only that, when you compress a gas, right, it heats up. So it's not just heating from being from the friction, it's also heating from the compression. And what that also means is that there is a huge pressure on the front side of the vehicle and a much lower pressure on the back side of the vehicle. And it's those forces that typically cause meteors in our atmosphere to break apart. So we are building a craft that is able to sustain what rocks from space can't survive.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, that is incredible. All leading to splashdown. The astronauts would then be recovered by the U.S. Navy. But we are at the beginning stages of all of this. Cannot wait. Thank you so much, Hakeem. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Much more ahead of this special coverage of Artemis II, historic Artemis II mission to the moon. The rocket just minutes away from liftoff as 4 astronauts, 3 Americans and a Canadian, prepare to make history.
This is what you need to know.
We'll take you straight to where news is happening.
And give you what you need to know all in under 10 minutes.
Every day, only on Disney+.
We'll take you to
Paris, Egypt, India, Doha, Ukraine.
Tokyo, Scotland, inside the White House and Capitol Hill, on the red carpet at the Oscars.
Wherever news is breaking,
anywhere in the world,
we'll take you right there.
The top stories, the latest headlines, the viral moments, what everyone's talking about.
What you need to know, all in under 10 minutes.
New episodes streaming every day.
Only on Disney+.
As we speak, our enemies are assembling. Whatever happens tonight, I will stand and fight.
Can you stop him?
Not alone.
We were the chosen ones. I was supposed to be ecstatic, but I was also scared to death.
How will you fulfill your wifely duties?
This is Daisy. I imagine Canada's very different from here. What did you come here for? We have to find some way to fight. I had no idea how much we would change things.
Sheriff's office, come outside with your hands up! Show me your hands! Somebody got shot. His mom got shot. Right here, right here!
There is terror. Children have seen their mother get shot.
Take a step back because they're going to try to pick her up.
Why would a woman kill an unarmed neighbor who knocked on her door?
She wants to have a conversation.
Correct.
And instead she gets a bullet.
I screamed. Could have been any of us that knocked on that door that night.
All new 2020, Friday night on ABC and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Is this hard to talk about?
Yeah,
Seattle ground's about to take off. It's going to be crazy. I did a kind of a bad thing.
So you hijacked the plane?
Yeah.
He hasn't flown an airplane before.
How did he get that plane in the air, and how did no one know?
Hey, you think this thing can do a barrel roll?
Trying to figure out how to use the autopilot first.
Boring.
he's going upside down. Holy!
Can we cut the cameras?
This is probably like jail time for life, huh?
Welcome aboard. Cheers to finding our soulmates.
I'm a romantic.
I'm a 10.
How's my hair look?
Whoever you do not choose will be going overboard.
Who came up with this idea? They need their brains checked out.
Let the games begin.
I can compete. I'm a competitor.
This is insane.
Welcome back to our viewers on ABC News Live and National Geographic. This is special coverage of the historic Artemis II mission to the moon. 4 astronauts, 2 Americans and a Canadian now on board NASA's most powerful rocket ever built, minutes away from liftoff. The crew set to orbit Earth, then travel farther into deep space than any human has done before, and slingshot around the moon. The mission, part of a huge effort to eventually build a permanent base on the lunar surface. Let's go to reporter Melanie Holt from our Orlando affiliate WFTV. She is live near the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Melanie, great to have you with us on this historic day. Still on track for a 6/24 launch?
We are, and we have less than an hour to the open of that 2-hour window that opens at 6:24 p.m. And we did have an issue out on the range. We're told that that problem has been resolved. And right now, the SLS rocket and the Orion spacecraft you see just about 4 miles from us out on the pad are in good shape. Teams aren't working any technical issues that would prevent that 6:24 targeted launch. And the only issue that we had probably in the last hour or so was on the range with a flight termination system signal. The range had to be sure that if anything went awry with that rocket, if it somehow veered off course, they could send a signal to terminate the flight. Do you know how they did that? They walked right over there. That is the vehicle assembly building where the Artemis rocket and the Orion spacecraft rolled out just not too many days ago. They went in there and found a piece of heritage equipment from the shuttle program, and they were able to verify that that flight termination signal was working by using that old piece of shuttle equipment. And now here we are, back on track. The range is green for launch. Obviously, folks have been watching weather, but if you look around me here, you could see that things are pretty clear at the moment. So, Stephanie, we are looking good right now for an on-time launch, but this is space. Anything could happen in the next few minutes here at the Kennedy Space Center. Things are looking pretty good this afternoon.
Liftoff just under an hour away. Melanie, thank you so much. Let's bring in former NASA astronaut Susan Kilrain. Susan, it's been great speaking with you the last few days, last couple of weeks about this, but here we are. We made it. Today is the day. What should we be looking out for leading up to this launch?
Well, Stephanie, right now they're in kind of a quiet period for the audience, let's say, and for the crew. There is a planned hold if they need it that'll come up at about T-minus 40 minutes. If they don't need it, they will continue to count down and launch on time. The biggest event that's going to happen before engines light is the poll of the room when everybody gives a go for launch.
Okay, so we were seeing some images earlier of what looked like the crew in the spacecraft. What is the crew doing while waiting for launch? What's likely going on in their minds?
Oh, well, probably a lot of different things are going on in their mind. They're doing a little bit of preparation. They're chatting with each other. They're wiggling around to try and stay comfortable because they've been lying on their backs for quite some time. And they have an intercom system where they can talk to each other and we can't hear them. So they're probably talking to each other. They're excited. They're really hoping it goes. Nobody likes to get out and have to try again another day. So they're hoping it goes.
Seems like a great team, very experienced as well. We will be chatting with you again shortly. Susan, thank you so much. Much more ahead of our special coverage of the historic Artemis II mission to the moon. As we head to break, we have some National Geographic behind-the-scenes footage of the astronauts showing off a mock-up of the Orion spacecraft. Take a look.
So we're thinking maybe one of the sleeping bags will be kind of laid out around this bend right here. So somebody's gonna have a head maybe over here and then the feet all the way down there by the igloo wall.
And Dre, don't forget that I've already claimed the tunnel here, except you're not supposed to sleep with your head in there because of carbon dioxide. So I'm gonna be hanging like a bat is my plan, but I won't even know it because there's no gravity.
Did y'all really get dibs on spots?
She thinks.
I know. I'm really short. Shotgun. Yeah, I basically called shotgun. I did. But my argument is that even though it's very selfish to call shotgun, but my argument is I'm the only one who's short enough to actually fit in there. What do you guys think? Are they going to buy it? Are the boys going to buy that?
You actually elongate in space.
No one will fit.
So she may be too tall.
That's true. I probably won't fit.
So we'll talk this over on orbit.
What were you fighting for?
My life and the ability to see my kids again.
We heard her screaming, help, help, help me, help me. There's a man trying to kill her. She's blood all over her face.
A prominent doctor now charged with the attempted murder of his wife.
Ariel Koenig takes the stand, you could hear a pin drop.
He just starts hitting my face and my head with a rock.
Edge of Death, 3 Ways to Kill, now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Is this hard to talk about?
Yeah,
Seattle ground's about to take off. It's going to be crazy. I did a kind of a bad thing.
So you hijacked the plane?
Yeah.
He hasn't flown an airplane before.
How did he get that plane in the air, and how did no one know?
Hey, you think this thing can do a barrel roll? Trying to figure out how to use the autopilot first. Boring.
he's going upside down. Holy!
Can we cut the cameras?
This is probably like jail time for life, huh?
Somebody's going to answer the door. Take that rag, cover their nose and their mouth. No matter what you see, don't overthink it. Hey, Mike. You got a twin brother? Only child. They came back in a time machine to right some wrongs. Have you ever heard of the cannibal assassin? You look delicious. I don't want to be eaten. It's not an ideal situation.
Mike and Nick and Alice.
Time to party.
Hey, Nick! Oh, come on. You killed the DJ?
That wasn't on purpose.
Rated R.
This is where my basketball career started. Hard to believe, isn't it?
She saw beyond basketball. She was such a radical.
How do you beat Pat Summitt? You don't.
What else do you need in your life? Just more time.
She's on fire.
Tonight, NASA's first crewed moon mission in over 50 years. Plus, President Trump face-to-face with Supreme Court justices in the showdown over birthright citizenship. And President Trump claims Iran wants a ceasefire. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the #1 newscast in America.
As we speak, our enemies are assembling. Whatever happens tonight, I will stand and fight.
Can you stop him?
Not alone.
All you got to do is go, what's up?
What's that?
Go practice.
Do not ask me how much longer.
How much longer, mamacita?
Bambi?
What do we do?
No more sad sack. Full-on fun sack.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm Stephanie Ramos in New York. You're watching ABC News Live's special coverage of the historic Artemis II mission to the moon. And a welcome to our friends joining us from National Geographic. All eyes on Florida's Space Coast, where we are just minutes away from liftoff. The Artemis II rocket carrying 4 astronauts set to blast off into Earth's orbit, then embark on a flyby of the moon. NASA's first trip there since 1972. The critical journey, part of a wider mission to eventually build a permanent human base on the lunar surface. The crew set to make history, making this the farthest human trip ever into deep space on board the Orion space capsule Integrity. The team set to spend a day in high Earth orbit before firing an engine and flying to and around the moon in a figure 8, eventually splashing down back on Earth on day 10. Let's get back to ABC News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez live near the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. And Gio, what a day. You have been there. You've been talking to folks. You're so close to the launch pad. Truly a front row seat to history. And you just had a chance to speak with the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy. What did he share with you?
Yeah, that's right, Steph. Look, I mean, just seeing that countdown clock behind me, though, 49 minutes. So anytime it's under an hour, that's when things start getting really, really serious here and very, very exciting. As you mentioned, Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, I spoke with him. He, at one point just months ago, was the acting administrator of NASA. He has spent time with these astronauts, and he basically said, you know what? This is the new space race, because this is eventually how the U.S. gets to that South Pole, that critical South Pole, where there is water and ice, they believe, and they could use that to eventually launch systems farther into space. Take a look at part of our conversation. Enough about me, though, talking here. Let's go ahead and bring in the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, who's joining
you,
us.
man.
Oh, my gosh, what an exciting day.
Listen, this is wild, right? This is a moment that brings the country together. The technology, the time, the effort that has gone into making today possible is so cool. And you mentioned, what does this bring us to? It is a trip to the moon. We don't land. But from this, we land in Artemis III on the moon. We think to the South Pole. On the South Pole, you have ice, which is oxygen, which is water, which is life, right? And what you learn at the South Pole of the moon is going to eventually get you to go to Mars. I mean, so this is
and why is that so? Yeah, and that is so interesting and so exciting. All right, so we do have a little bit of breaking news here. There are troubleshooting now. Another issue. This is a battery temperature issue on the launch abort system. It is one of 2 batteries on the launch abort systems, and basically they're trying to figure out now, is it a sensor issue or is it an issue with the battery itself? So they're trying to sort that out. As you can see, that countdown clock is still going, so we're still targeting a 6:24 launch. But remember, 6:24 p.m. Eastern is when that launch window actually opens up. We have 2 hours to get things right and get this up in the air. That 2-hour window is important there. We do have another update also on the weather. It's actually improved. We've been saying all day it's 80% probability, and that was looking very good. Now it's 90% probability. So the weather is cooperating. Now we just need to make sure that these issues are resolved with the battery.
Absolutely. And I do want to touch on the launch abort system, which is what NASA is trying to deal with right now with those batteries. It consists of 3 solid rocket motors, the jettison, attitude, and abort motors. And basically, in case of an emergency, these motors work together to propel the astronauts inside Orion's crew module to safety. So this is really, really important. So hopefully they get that together. But Gio, share with us why Artemis II is such an important milestone in NASA's return to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, Artemis II, first of all, it's taking you farther than ever before. But if you eventually want to land on the moon, you have to make sure that this system is safe and that it is capable. So they're going to slingshot around the moon to make sure that the system actually works. And then once you do that, eventually in 2028, they plan to actually land humans on that far side of the moon. So they're going to be looking at exactly where they should be landing, because the goal here is to eventually build a lunar base. Without a lunar base, you really can't go farther into the universe. You sort of need that pit stop of the moon. And so if you want to eventually get to Mars, you need to start at the moon.
Gio, thank you very much. We'll check in with you in a bit. Now to Titusville, Florida, nearby the Kennedy Space Center, where large crowds of spectators have gathered along the beach waiting to watch the launch in person. That's where we find ABC's Mola Lengi. And Mola, what are you seeing and hearing there as the countdown gets closer?
Yeah, folks still showing up. You know, when we got here around 9, 10 o'clock Eastern, there were a few dozen people here now. Everywhere you look, as far as the eye can see, crowds of people. It's really shoulder to shoulder. There's nowhere to even really set up shop and put your beach chairs down anymore. But folks are excited about getting this vantage point into history. Right across the lagoon there, the Indian River Lagoon, is the Kennedy Space Center. That's where Artemis will be launching from. And folks that we've talked to are excited about getting this view. You know, we've talked to the spectrum of folks who are old enough to remember the Apollo missions of the 1960s and 70s, being captivated by that, wanting to kind of reconnect to that fascination as a kid, and folks who were not old enough to remember that, weren't around back then, but wanting to experience this new chapter in NASA's history. So a lot of excitement. Folks obviously keeping an eye on the weather. We've seen some passing showers over the last few hours, some wind, but it does seem to finally be clearing up. As you heard Gio mention a moment ago, the launch conditions are at a 90% chance now of favorable launch conditions, so things are looking even better than they were before. And folks here excited about watching history, Stephanie.
Yeah, about 44 minutes away from liftoff, and I can hear those kiddos behind you giggling. They are getting a priceless education right now. Mola, thank you. The launch is still slated for 6:24 Eastern Time. After the engines ignite, there will be several key events. The first 8 minutes, the most critical of the launch, including today's launch. This Artemis II mission will last for 10 days. That's the centerpiece of it. And that figure 8 slingshot move around the dark side of the moon. After about a day in orbit, the engine on Orion's service module performs the critical translunar injection burn, a rocket boost that will send the astronauts on a free return trajectory toward the moon. This figure-8 flight path uses the Earth's and moon's gravity to take the astronauts around the moon and back home, a journey of more than 230,000 miles. It takes about 4 days to reach the moon, culminating with a lunar flyby. The crew will be the first people to see the far side of the moon in more than 50 years. NASA expects a communications blackout during this period. Earth's gravity then pulls Orion back during its 4-day trip home. Orion is equipped with a heat shield that keeps the crew safe from re-entry temperatures that can reach 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The Orion enters Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, using parachutes and the drag of the atmosphere to slow its descent to less than 20 miles per hour. The 10-day mission ends with Orion and crew splashing down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California. All right, let's get a check of the weather. WABC meteorologist Lee Goldberg joins me now here in studio. Lee, a lot of focus is around the weather in Florida. How's it looking for launch?
Big smile because the timing couldn't be better at this point. Nice. You heard Mullinger talking about the showers. So they're starting to move inland and essentially showers, rising air. Behind it, you have sinking air. That inhibits cloud cover. That's what we're seeing off to the east. So lightning threat, don't have to be concerned about that. You have to check off all the boxes in the weather criteria. No strong winds, we're good there. No precipitation, that's by the boards. No lightning and cumulus clouds. This is the one concern that we have. Just there'll be scattered clouds around, although they're diminishing. Temperatures in a sweet spot, we're good there. But you can't have cumulus clouds within 10 nautical miles, and they can't be very thick. And you can see we can't have any thunderstorm remnants. Apollo 12 back in 1969, that rocket went through a cumulus cloud and essentially became a conductor and produced a rocket-triggered lightning strike. Actually, 2 of them that it didn't inhibit the issue, but for a time it shut down power and actually knocked out the navigation module for a little while, but then they were able to get back online. So for us, we're looking at 70s, scattered clouds, no rain, lighter winds. I don't think the weather's getting in the way of this launch, and we have a long window, just some scattered clouds around. Stephanie?
All right, Lee, thanks so much. The astronauts on board Artemis II are set to make history today. One person who understands just how much weight is on their shoulders right now is former NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore. Butch, thank you so much for joining us. You have spent 25 years at NASA, flown 4 different spacecraft, and have accumulated 464 days in space. You have a perspective here that not a lot of people have. As you are watching this process, how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's truly exciting, truly thrilling. And I think that's what on their minds right now, all 4 astronauts, is the excitement and also the responsibility. It's a huge responsibility, all these great endeavors that our nation undertakes, this nation that does things that no other nation has ever done. And going to the moon is one of those things. And the responsibility for each one, the task and the roles that they play throughout this entire process, including the launch that hopefully will take place in a little over 40 minutes, thrilling, like I said, preparation and responsibility is what's on their minds.
And when we look at the orbital speeds, they are just incredible. These astronauts are going to be going almost 18,000 miles per hour when they hit orbital speed. How much does that affect the human body?
Well, the weightlessness at that point, it's relative, right? You look down, you can see the speed, roughly over 5 miles per second is what they're traveling. But the big thing about today, once they get to orbit, they'll have a couple of burns to adjust their perigee. The perigee is the closest point of your orbit to the Earth. The apogee is the farthest point of your orbit from the Earth. And they're going to burn and go to an apogee of 44,000-ish miles, which no human has been that far in 54 years. And that's the one full day trajectory all the way around as they check out all the spacecraft systems and make sure everything is ready before that translunar injection burn, where they add that velocity, add that speed to get them on a trajectory for the moon.
And you're the person to ask, is there any downtime while you're on this spacecraft? What can the astronauts do to pass their time, or do they even have time to pass?
There will be some downtime. I wouldn't call it downtime. You're always focused on what the tasks are. And they have those divided up because you certainly, during this process, you want to be able to stick your nose in the window and take it all in. And they've got that in their plan to do just that, because each portion of this mission is thrilling within itself, and the human aspect of that, and have cameras in the window trying to capture as much of it for us to see when they get back. It's all, like I said, just absolutely thrilling.
Absolutely thrilling. Thank you so much, Butch Wilmore, for joining us. Appreciate your time. And joining me once again is ABC News contributor and astrophysicist Hakeem Oluseyi. Hakeem, engineers are now working on an issue with a battery on the launch abort system. Talk to us about just how critical this system is. It's basically meant to keep astronauts safe.
Right. There are two batteries for the launch abort system, and they have a range in which they can operate safely within a temperature range, and one of them is throwing an error. So if you're going to know what the battery temperature is, you need to have a sensor there, right? So whenever you have a problem like this, you need to figure out, is it the sensor that has a problem, or does the battery itself have a problem? Now, these batteries, I believe, are 120-volt lithium batteries, right? And so you may recall, when you fly, they often say, hey, no lithium batteries in your gear, because if they overheat, that could be catastrophic, right? And it's right above the fuel tank. So this is, it's unlikely to be critical, but it could be critical. So they have to take every safety precaution necessary.
And this abort system is activated only during early ascent. Is that right?
Well, yes, it's during the time when the spacecraft is launching up from the ground into the atmosphere. And if things go wrong, it's very important to separate the astronauts from the craft. Mm-hmm. And so it can activate in like a millisecond and separate the astronauts and, jettison them away safely.
All right. NASA checking on that right now. Thank you so much, Hakeem.
You're welcome.
Much more ahead of our special coverage of the historic Artemis II mission to the moon. As we head to break, we have more behind-the-scenes footage from National Geographic of the astronauts showing off a mock-up of the Orion spacecraft. Take a look.
Here we've got both the toilet area and the exercise device on Orion. So this is the flywheel exercise device. We'll start here. The toilet is right below it. So underneath me right now is the hygiene bay. And then it kind of looks like a rower. So you have a strap here and a handheld bar, or a harness, depending on what type of exercise you're doing. And the way you use it is actually in this direction. So this is one of the things that we have to sort of think in a zero-G environment for, that the person who's exercising on this will have their head coming up in the direction of the docking tunnel. And if you're a really tall person, let's say the largest Canadian that we have, and you're assigned to this mission, your head is going to extend all the way toward the docking hatch in that direction. And the toilet is actually down in that direction. So you can imagine the orientation you need. Your head would be up here if you were using the toilet and you were in this hygiene bay. And all the while, someone could be exercising. So someone could be extending back and forth along this plane throughout the capsule.
Across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are.
It's good to be home.
It feels like home.
Hi. When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we've both never been. Growing up doesn't mean good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home, putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
I'm George. How are you?
And the day ahead.
When I was little watching American Idol, I was sure that I was going to find a way onto that stage. This audition is the first page of my story.
I believe in myself.
I could do this.
I belong here.
Holy crap, I'm auditioning for American Idol.
Wow.
Beautiful.
That's what it's all about. That was impressive.
somebody's going to answer the door. Take that rag, cover their nose and their mouth. No matter what you see, don't overthink it. Hey, Mike.
You got a twin brother?
Only child. They came back in a time machine to right some wrongs. Have you ever heard of the cannibal assassin? You look delicious. I don't want to be eaten. It's not an ideal situation.
Mike and Nick and Alice.
Time to party.
Hey, Nick! Oh, come on, you killed the DJ?
That wasn't on purpose.
Rated R.
I believed in this world once. It's easier to accept a story than believe that the people around you are monsters.
We gather here tonight to bring women back to their rightful place. Blessed be the fruit.
It was time for us to change things.
You're a dream to me.
Now you can listen to a podcast version of This Week, available free wherever you listen.
Tonight, NASA's first crewed moon mission in over 50 years. Plus, President Trump face-to-face with Supreme Court justices in the showdown over birthright citizenship. And President Trump claims Iran wants a ceasefire. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the #1 newscast in America.
I'm Kana Whitworth here in Moscow, Idaho. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to our viewers on ABC News Live and National Geographic. This is special coverage of the historic Artemis II mission to the moon. 4 astronauts, 3 Americans and a Canadian now on board NASA's most powerful rocket ever built, just minutes away from liftoff. The crew set to orbit Earth, then travel farther into deep space than any humans before them, and slingshot around the moon. The mission, part of a huge effort to eventually build a permanent base on the lunar surface. Let's go to reporter Nick Pepentones from our Orlando affiliate WFTV, live in Titusville, Florida, near Kennedy Space Center. Nick, set the scene for us. We know people have gathered there to watch this. You've got a front row seat to history. What's it like?
This is Space View Park in Titusville. Just to let you know, we're about 11 miles from Artemis II and the launch site. It's about as close as you can get without a special ticket. And as you can see here, it is pretty much standing room only at this point. A lot of people got here early this morning before the crack of dawn, choosing to spend 12 hours or more if they go to the end of the launch window here just to see this historic moment. There are people from all over the world. There are media outlets from as far away as Australia broadcasting from this site right now. A lot of people, for them, it's their first ever launch. They don't know what to expect, or they think they have an idea. But this is going to be something that they will remember forever. Young, old, no matter where they are from. There's a lot of excitement and a little bit of hesitation because a lot of people remember what happened and the roller coaster that happened a few years ago with launch, no launch, no launch, no launch, until they finally got it off.
A historic day. We are just 30 minutes away from liftoff. Nick, thank you so much. Let's bring in Cody Page. She's a professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University and former director of the MIT Space Exploration Initiative. Cody, thank you so much for joining us. Engineers are now working on an issue with a battery on the launch abort system. What does that tell you?
This tells me that it's a space mission. Space is very hard, and we want to make sure that everything is right down to the battery, every sensor, everything before we send our humans up into space. So I'm still very positive about the launch and really excited about it. And I think that this is part of what NASA does. They troubleshoot, they find solutions to all these problems, and they get astronauts into space.
They certainly do. And explain to our viewers why it's so important for humans to return to the moon.
The biggest reason we want humans to go back is because of these incredible computers that we have in our heads, our brains. When we are looking at the lunar surface, when we're in space ourselves, we can see things that we cannot train a robot to look for. There are things that we would never expect to have seen. For instance, on one of the Apollo missions, one of the astronauts saw very unexpected orange dirt on the surface of the moon. This isn't something that we ever could have expected, and we didn't know that it was going to be there, but this astronaut noticed it and flagged it, and this was something that we could then learn about the moon. So that's why we want people to go back, our incredible brains and what we can learn there.
Yeah, and we understand the mission will help NASA learn more about radiation in deep space. What can they do with that information, and why is it critical?
In space, there is a lot more radiation than what we experience here on Earth. We're protected by our atmosphere and by the magnetosphere. As we get deeper into space, we are subject to incredible amounts of radiation all the time, potential radiation coming from the sun. And we want to be able to protect our astronauts from that radiation. And the way we do that is by understanding the radiation better. So a lot of the instruments that they have on this mission will tell us about the radiation and give us details about how we can protect our astronauts and eventually have a permanent human presence on the moon.
Incredible. We will all be watching. Thank you very much for your time, Professor. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now let's bring in Jim Bell. He's a professor of Earth and Space Exploration at Arizona State and former president of the Planetary Society. Thank you for joining us. So no one under the age of 55 years old has ever witnessed what we are about to see here. What will this moment mean for history?
It's a spectacular moment for history. This is the first time that people will be traveling beyond low Earth orbit, right? In more than 50 years. And so just being able to see this happen, to see astronauts head back into deep space for the first time. I mean, I was a kid when they landed on the moon back in the late 60s and early 70s. And you know, these incredible heroic astronauts of ours are pathfinders, right? They're on a test mission to loop around the moon. They're not going to land on the moon, but they'll study the space environment. They'll study the moon itself on the far side, looking at places that have never been seen before with human eyes. And they're kind of setting the stage, right, for the next people to go back to the moon in future missions and then hopefully someday on to Mars.
We are setting the stage. And let's talk about the crew for a bit here. We've got Reed Weissman. He's the Artemis II commander. Victor Glover, Artemis II pilot. Christina Cook, mission specialist. Jeremy Hansen, another mission specialist. Talk about the makeup of this crew itself and why it's so important. They all bring such unique perspectives to this mission.
Absolutely. I mean, they've got incredible jobs to do. Each of them plays a critical role in different parts of the mission, and they've got, you know, engineering training, they've got training in the technology involved, and the computers involved, and the science that they're going to be doing. They've worked with hundreds and hundreds of engineers and scientists back here on the Earth, and doctors, by the way, as well. They're all wired up because they are, in a sense, kind of guinea pigs going back into deep space with modern medical instrumentation, very, very different than what the Apollo astronauts had 50 years ago. So they're each bringing, you know, a special component to the mission. You've talked about the firsts, you know, the first Canadian to go that far, the first woman to go that far, the first African-American to go that far. And they've been working together so closely for years. They're trained for this moment, and they're heroes to all of us.
They really are. And for someone like yourself who has studied space for so many years, what does this mission mean to you?
Well, it's really exciting because, you know, these folks are setting the stage for people to go back to the moon, to explore the moon, to eventually settle the moon. You know, the moon is our first stepping stone out into the rest of the solar system. Of course, we want to see NASA lead the way to get astronauts onto the surface of Mars and to study asteroids and to really, you know, understand the worlds around us. As we understand this incredible solar system of ours and these other places, we learn more about our own planet. You know, there's sustainability is so important in a rocket out in deep space. We're going to bring all of that back to living on Earth.
Thank you so much for your insights, for sharing your experience. And this is just an incredible moment that we are all witnessing this evening. Thank you so much for your time. I'm Stephanie Ramos. Thank you to those watching on ABC News Live and National Geographic. The Artemis II rocket just minutes away from liftoff on its historic mission to the moon. Up next is ABC News' special network coverage with Lindsay Davis.
We are looking at Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center. NASA's Artemis II rocket just moments away from liftoff, taking astronauts farther than they've ever gone before. ABC News special live coverage, Artemis II mission to the moon, begins right now.
Good day from ABC Space Headquarters in New York.
10, 9.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing.
4, 3.
Not because they are easy.
1, 0.
But because they are hard.
We have liftoff.
For the first time, man will go to the moon.
Roger, 0G, and I feel fine. Oh, that view is tremendous.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. We are coming on the air because we are moments away from the historic launch of NASA's Artemis II mission, the first crewed journey around the moon in more than 50 years, taking humans farther into space than ever before. The launch is set for 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The weather is cooperating, and as we come on, NASA says the launch is a go. You're looking live at Launch Complex 39B at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The Space Launch System, or SLS, the most powerful ever to launch humans into space, a 322-foot rocket taller than the Statue of Liberty, plus 2 solid rocket boosters, and at the top, the Orion spacecraft, where the astronauts will live and work and in which they will return to Earth. Right now, the crew of 4 is already on board. NASA Commander Reed Wiseman, NASA pilot Victor Glover, NASA mission specialist Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. They've been in quarantine for about 2 weeks now. Earlier today, they observed a pre-launch tradition for American astronauts, a last-minute poker game that has to continue until the commander loses a hand, the superstition getting rid of all the bad luck before launch. After observing a quarantine of about 2 weeks, they suited up, donning the bright orange survival system suits that they'll wear for the launch. The 4 emerging in public, sharing a final goodbye with their families, and boarding a transport vehicle that delivered them to the launch pad. They're now waiting, strapped into their seats. After lifting off, they'll orbit Earth for a day, then slingshot some 4,000 miles past the far side of the moon and around it before re-entering Earth's atmosphere and splashing down into the Pacific Ocean off of California. NASA last aimed for the moon with the Apollo program in 1969. Apollo 11 made the first historic landing. Astronaut Neil Armstrong, the first human to set foot there. 650 million people around the world watched the moment on live TV. The final Apollo mission was Apollo 17 in 1972. More than 50 years later, NASA's Artemis program has a more long-range goal to eventually build a permanent outpost on the moon. Today's Artemis II mission will test the spacecraft, the rockets, and the life support systems that could make that vision a reality. The excitement is building, the countdown is underway, and ABC's Gio Benitez is at the Kennedy Space Center for us. Gio, how's it looking?
You know what, Lindsay? This is when I start feeling those butterflies, not because we're on the air around the world or perhaps even around the universe, but because that countdown clock is now approaching 20 minutes. And it is very exciting because this is when they're doing the final checks. In a moment, we will find out from Launch Control if they vote to go or no go. That is a critical moment because they go around the room asking each person if it is a go. And if someone says no go, they have to stop and they have to figure out why. So it's very, very important to make sure that everyone is safe. Now, you are watching this on television, but at the same time, if you are in the Southeast, you will be able to see this in person as well. And I want to show you this map right now because it shows you within the first minute, you're going to be able to see it in so much of the Southeast and there, especially in Florida. You're going to be able to see this as it goes out and exits Earth's atmosphere. And if you are in Florida, I want you to grab your phone, open up Disney Plus or Hulu, and open up ABC so that you can watch that live and hear our commentary as you see that launch into space. But when this launches into space, it will be historic because they will go farther than any other human has gone before. They will eventually whip around the moon and then back to Earth. The entire mission mission taking 10 days, 685,000 miles traveled. Just incredible for these 4 incredibly smart astronauts who have spent their life working on this kind of mission, perhaps even taking us one day to Mars and beyond.
That is the ultimate goal here. Gio, your excitement is palpable. Thanks so much. We'll be going back to you, of course. Weather is always a key variable in a successful launch, and right now conditions appear to be good. WABC Chief Meteorologist Lee Goldberg monitoring the forecast for us. You say that if this doesn't happen, it likely won't be because of weather.
Mother Nature wants this to happen. I mean, the stars are aligned for this trip around the moon. There's no question about it. And we look at the conditions, and if you've been following Geo all day long, there was more cloud cover near the Kennedy Space Center, and those even some few showers near the Kennedy Space Center, and that has cleared off to the west, and behind that sinking air is inhibiting cloud cover. So it's really perfect timing right now, and you really need to check off all these weather guidelines. No strong winds, no precipitation, no lightning in the area, and also cumulus clouds. There's some specific data with that too. You can see we've checked off the temperatures and the light winds and no rain chance, but it's the partial cloudiness. The clouds can't be that thick. They can't be too close by. And of course, you can't have thunderstorm remnants. We're really not worried about that. So throughout the launch window, you're looking at prime temperatures in the 70s, light wind, limited to no rain threat, and just some scattered clouds around right now. So just even looking at the latest satellite, Lindsay, just a few scattered clouds. I think we're going. I don't think weather is the inhibitor.
And of course, NASA has specific weather rules for a reason. Tell us about what happened with Apollo 12.
So 1969 in November, no thunderstorms in the area, so saying, okay, we're good to go. Launch the rocket, but it becomes a conductor in the electrified cloud, allows a discharge. Lightning strikes twice, navigation problems, command module issues. It was rectified, thankfully, but that changed everything in terms of the guidelines with lightning.
All right. Thank you so much, Lee. And we are still slated for a 6:24 liftoff after the engines ignite. There will be several key events. The first 8 minutes, the most critical of the launch. Seconds before the Artemis II countdown clock hits 0, the rocket's 4 engines ignite by the ignition of the 2 solid rocket boosters. The nearly 6 million pound vehicle clears the launch pad. And let's take a look. Seconds before the Artemis II countdown clock hits 0, the rocket's 4 engines ignite by the ignition of the 2 solid rocket boosters. The nearly 6 million pound vehicle clears the launch pad, propelled by one of the most powerful rockets ever created. The rocket then performs what's called a roll and pitch maneuver to align the craft with the intended flight path. A little over a minute after liftoff, the vehicle reaches max Q, or maximum dynamic pressure. This is the point where the air is hitting the rocket the hardest. About 2 minutes in, the solid rocket boosters separate from the rocket and splash down in the Atlantic Ocean. At around the 8-minute mark, it's time for main engine cutoff. The rocket's 4 engines shut down for good, and the Orion separates from a bright orange rocket, which will splash down too. The capsule is then boosted into a higher orbit through a series of burns before separating from Orion. The astronauts will then spend a day in orbit performing system checks and doing a flight demo before heading to the moon. NASA has made remarkable advances in space science since the Apollo moon mission 5 decades ago. ABC's Stephanie Ramos has a closer look at the rocket systems that will lift the Artemis astronauts into space and will sustain them during the flight.
Lindsay, let's start with the Space Launch System, or SLS. The rocket is the most powerful rocket to carry humans into space. On each side are the solid rocket boosters. These 2 alone deliver 75% of the total thrust at liftoff. This big orange tank in the center, that's the core stage. It's the backbone of the entire rocket. And at the bottom are 4 RS-25 engines. Inside this part of the rocket are more than 730,000 pounds of supercooled liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Altogether, the rocket produces an astonishing 8.8 million pounds of thrust. Moving up, you have the upper stage, or ICPS. This engine will send the astronauts into a high Earth orbit. And here's where the crew lives. The Orion spacecraft, with its 330 cubic feet of cabin space for the 4 astronauts over a 10-day mission. Attached to Orion is the service module, the workhorse behind the scenes. Power, life support, propulsion, the service module handles all of it. And its engine will push the crew on a path around the moon. Finally, right at the top is the launch abort system. If anything goes wrong during the ascent, this system fires in a fraction of a second, pulling Orion and the crew away from the rocket to a safe distance before parachutes bring them back to Earth. Lindsay.
All so exciting, Stephanie. Thank you. Joining us now is former astronaut Susan Kilrain, an aerospace engineer, a U.S. Navy officer who piloted 2 space shuttle missions. So, Susan, thanks so much for joining us. Take us inside these final minutes before launch. What are the 4 astronauts on board doing and feeling right now?
Well, time is getting close. So they're actually now hyper-focused on analyzing all the data that they have in front of them, because they have to be prepared to react in emergencies, and so they're just not along for the ride. They have to be prepared. So if they've been chattering and even taking a nap, they're awake now.
And joining us now is astrophysicist Hakeem Alushehi. Thank you so much for joining us. Give us a sense, because we have already been here before more than 50 years ago.
Yes.
Why is it so important to return now?
There are so many reasons. The technologies are new, things are moving ahead, so there are pertinent issues here on Earth that have to do with resources, that have to do with exploration. There's questions we need to ask, and we want to have a permanent presence on the moon. There are geopolitical implications. We have China, we have independent agencies, companies trying to move in now, and so this exhibits technological leadership.
Dr. Alushehi, thank you so much, and we want to just take a moment to listen in to launch control.
CCL. Yes, sir. Reconfigure ARS primary loop ISO valves. Copy, that's in work. And CDR, OTC, Orion, Earth 1.
Go.
ARS loop ISO valves are being closed at this time.
Integrity copies.
NGDLP.
Go.
Yes, I had a discussion with sea ice and with MER manager regarding the observation the sea ice had a few minutes
Susan,
ago.
you can hear what we're hearing. Give us a sense of what this all means.
Been there since 2025. MER manager has had a chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a sea ice or MER manager perspective.
Yes, they're going through their normal procedures.
They're
stepping through all the procedures that have to be done before they get the command to go up into space. And they're polling the room at the same time. Everybody's given a go. So this is the final step. It's a busy, busy time, especially for the commander and the pilot.
Dr. Alushehi, I want to bring you back in here. This time around, it's not about flags and footprints. What does this mission test?
Yes, this mission tests sustainability. Ultimately, we want to get up to a cadence where we can redo it over and over again. We want to have a permanent presence on the moon. At first, we were just illustrating we can do it. Now we're setting up infrastructure, and we're going to take advantage of it and drive economy.
The Artemis launch will certainly be a spectacle. Hundreds of thousands are gathered right now along Florida's Space Coast to watch it live. ABC's Mola Lange is with the crowds at Veterans Memorial Park in Titusville, Florida. What's the atmosphere like there, Mola?
Well, Lindsay, it's electric. We're here with a few thousand people. These crowds have been growing throughout the day. Folks want this beautiful vantage point. Kennedy Space Center just across the Indian River Lagoon there. And folks getting this vantage point to the launch and to history. That's why so many people have come out here to witness history. We've talked to folks who were old enough to remember the Apollo missions of the 1960s and 70s. I talked to 2 brothers, one from Kentucky, one from Alabama, who made the trip over here. They say they remember being fascinated, being captivated as kids by those Apollo missions. And this was a chance for them to kind of reconnect to that fascination and that wonder. We talked to people who were not alive during the Apollo missions of the 60s and 70s who wanted to kind of be a part of this new chapter of NASA history, bringing their kids out here to create some long-lasting, lifelong memories, Lindsay.
Wonderful, Mola, because anyone who is under the age of 55 years old has never witnessed this kind of moment before, so certainly magical. And Susan, we want to bring you back in here because it's our understanding right here, you see that the clock has stopped at T-minus 10 minutes to go. The crew is doing a hold. What do you imagine could be happening right now?
Well, Lindsay, I'm not 100% sure that they cleared up all the issues with the battery sensor, not sensor, if they've gotten approval up through the chain of command to go, or possibly there is another issue that they're looking at. But this is a planned hold time. There is nothing wrong with holding at this time. They can hold all the way up until 10 minutes before the 2-hour window closes. And so it's still going.
So you were referencing a battery issue. Apparently there are two batteries. One battery was showing high voltage. They were troubleshooting that earlier, trying to determine if it was a sensor issue or a bad battery. Apparently that has been resolved. But Susan, at this point, we're hearing that there's a transponder issue. What could that mean?
You know, transponders are typically the way that they know where it is at any given time, airspeed, altitude, that sort of thing. And so my guess is, and this is just a guess, there would be a backup to that as well. So they'll have to go into discussions. Is it really a problem? Is it a problem that we can live with? You know, but is it also something that affects reentry and splashdown? So I don't know the exact transponder that they're referring to, but they have an hour and 50 minutes to figure it out.
And so are you feeling confident? Obviously, you don't know exactly what the issue is, but a little while ago, you suggested that you felt it would still be all systems a go.
Yeah, I still feel like they're going to talk through this and work it out.
All right. Thank you so much, Susan. We'll be coming back to you in a little bit. Dr. Oluche, I want to just ask you, what makes Artemis II different from the Apollo?
Well, it's a very different mission. Nowadays, we are now trying to take advantage of what the moon offers. Those are opportunities for expanding our economy. There are opportunities for exploration, and we want a permanent base that can be a staging area where we can go deeper into space. We aspire to mine asteroids. We aspire to have a permanent presence on Mars. And who knows what future generations will do, but this is that first step in humans becoming a true spacefaring society.
And Gio, same question to you. What makes this so unique from past space exploration?
Okay. Perfect.
Gio, not sure if you were able to hear me just then, but just your same question to you. What makes this unique from past space exploration?
You know, one of the things, Lindsay, is that actually flight termination system, and they were actually looking at issues with that a little earlier today. They also said that they resolved that. But when we're talking about the space shuttle that so many of us grew up watching, what was so unique about that is that you had this spacecraft that was attached to a rocket on the side. You'll notice right there, and you're looking at Artemis right there, you actually see the rocket with the capsule on top. That's really an old system, right? And the reason why it's so safe and tried and true is because if there is an emergency, you can actually hit that abort button and you can separate the spacecraft from the rocket before that rocket explodes and get everyone safely away from it. So that's really, really critical to have, because with Space Shuttle, you didn't have that kind of option. It was attached to the rocket. It made something like that very, very difficult. This is a much safer system for these astronauts. So they were looking at that flight termination system, because also what's important here is that they need to make sure that this rocket goes where it's intended to go, because if it starts going in another direction, they need to be able to self-destruct it safely. Lindsay?
All right, Gio, thanks so much. And it does sound like they are going to go. We do want to listen in. The flight director is pulling all the people in launch control to see if it is, in fact, all systems a go. Let's listen.
Safety consoles go.
LPE. LPEs go. RTD. RTDs go. Houston flight. Houston flight is go. Rock. Rock is go. And CDR. Cruise go. Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis, MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
It sounded like we just heard the pilot Victor Glover's voice there. Susan, I want to bring you back in here as a former NASA astronaut. Just give us a sense of what the astronauts are doing in the final moments before launch.
I copy that.
Well, they just are hearing the most magical word. Everybody's reporting in go for launch. So time will actually compress for them. The next few minutes are going to go very quickly once they start that clock back up.
You are the youngest person, one of only 3 women to pilot the space shuttle. What's your reaction to seeing the first woman operate this mission?
You know, it's great to see, one is Charlie Blackwell Thompson being launch control director. It's great to see Christina Cook being on the mission and being the first woman to go to the moon. But really, I think that the crew said it best, in that we're looking forward to a time when we're all just astronauts. We're not black astronauts, white astronauts, women or men. We're just astronauts.
Fair enough, Susan. I want to listen in one more time.
Start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras. Copy.
Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR, NTD. RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
arm rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
SNA arm rotation enable complete.
we're going to start that clock.
Copy that. Thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
Gio, give us a sense as we await the clock to start the countdown again. How is the crowd responding in this moment?
It was transitory. Well, Lindsay, I can tell you the moment we heard all those go, 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 every time we heard that, we heard the crowd cheer here because they are excited. A lot of these folks who are here with me at the Kennedy Space Center have been working on this for years, and so they are very excited to see this launch. The last time we saw this launch was actually back in 2022. There was nobody on board. This time there are 4 incredible astronauts who are on board, and they're going to be going off into space. And so everyone here is incredibly excited to see that happen. 4 p.m. Eastern Time.
Dr. Olashey, how is the moon really a proving ground for Mars? Because we know there are a number of stages here, and this may be step number 2 in a multitude.
And absolutely. So living outside of the Earth's atmosphere and outside of its magnetic protective magnetosphere is a big deal. Living under radiation, living on the lunar environment with that incredibly difficult dust you have to deal with on the lunar surface are just challenges that you cannot simulate very well here on Earth. So they have to go there. We have to put boots on the ground. We got to do the real experiment. And then hopefully living on the surface of Mars should be a little easier than living on the surface of Moon because it does have an atmosphere.
ECL time estimate?
You will likely remember in 1970, Gil Scott-Heron wrote a really scathing poem about the inequality, about essentially saying, why spend billions of dollars going and leaving this planet when people are not able to pay their rent and struggling paying medical bills back here on Earth? A number of people really have that question. How do you answer that?
Well, first thing I want to say is I saw Gil Scott-Heron live at the Kimball's East in Oakland many years ago, and that was amazing. But, you know, that is a question that comes up often. It can look like a waste of money, but in reality, it is an investment in our future. What we see is that those nations that invest in cutting-edge technologies and cutting-edge science, they are ultimately the winners. When Albert Einstein won his Nobel Prize, when he described the photoelectric effect, he couldn't tell you that in the future this was going to result in the smartphone, right? And in much the same way, as we undertake these endeavors, which are an investment, they do return to America and to the nation in terms of technologies, in terms of new economies, then those new generations are going to reap benefits that we can't even imagine. And the other thing is how economics works. It's not exactly the case that if you spend money, you're taking it from somewhere else, right? We see that. Big pots of money comes up when needs come up. But this is just less. NASA's budget is less than 1% of the federal government, and it is an investment that pays off big time.
All right, and we're clear from cutoff.
Give us a sense, too, because when we look back to the Apollo mission in the 60s, and that was, as you know, a very unsettled time. We believe in the meantime they are about to resume the clock in a moment. But it was a very unsettled time, obviously, in the 60s, as it is today. Some people say that 1968, and if we can see the clock, maybe we can take a live look because they are now resuming the countdown. And Gio, I imagine there was a lot of excitement when that clock started ticking down again.
5 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, that is exactly how I knew it was happening, because everyone started cheering. There are people who are clapping still here, and they just keep coming. They keep coming because, again, these are all folks here at the Kennedy Space Center who have worked on this for so many years to get Orion into space. Because remember, you're talking about this monumental mission that eventually could create a lunar base and have that base serve as sort of a pit stop to the rest of the universe, including perhaps even Mars. That is years away, but this is the beginning, and we could see that history being made within 9 minutes and 11 seconds right there.
9 minutes, the countdown resumes. And Dr. Oluseyi, as I was mentioning earlier, as we know, President Trump is expected to address the American people tonight about the war. Similarly, in the 60s, we were in a time of war. Many people, when we went to the moon for the first time, it was an unsettling time. But many people describe that launch of Apollo 8 as a unifying moment in the country. Do you see some parallels between then and now?
Well, I do, but I have a biased look, right? So I lead the nation's oldest national astronomy organization, the Astro Society, and we're leading this Astronomy 250 celebration of 250 years of American astronomy and space. So I'm talking to the enthusiasts at all times. But at the same time, we do have challenges here in our nation and globally. And that's the thing about us humans, right? While awful things are happening, amazing things are happening. And this is a part of that amazing that shows you what we're capable of when we work together. So let's keep doing more of this. Let's keep investing in our future.
Including today's launch, this Artemis II mission will last for 10 days. The centerpiece of it, that figure 8 slingshot move around the dark side of the moon. I do want to look and listen.
The astronauts took to.
After about a day in orbit, the engine on Orion's service module performs the critical translunar injection burn, a rocket boost that will send the astronauts on a free return trajectory toward the moon. This figure-8 flight path uses the Earth and Moon's gravity to take the astronauts around the moon and back home, a journey of more than 230,000 miles. It takes about 4 days to reach the moon, culminating with a lunar flyby. The crew will be the first people to see the far side of the moon in more than 50 years. NASA expects a communications blackout during this period. Earth's gravity then pulls Orion back during its 4-day trip home. Orion is equipped with a heat shield that keeps the crew safe from re-entry temperatures that can reach 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The Orion enters Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, using parachutes and the drag of the atmosphere to slow its descent to less than 20 miles per hour. The 10-day mission ends with Orion and crew splashing down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California.
And the crew access arm has been retracted. That's what we saw just a few moments ago. That's the way that the astronauts come and go from the spacecraft. And we have mentioned 4 astronauts on board. Reed Wiseman, former NASA chief astronaut, U.S. Navy test pilot. He has spent 165 days in space before. Sadly, his wife passed away years ago from cancer, and now as he leaves for the next 10 days, he leaves his young girls behind. Victor J. Glover Jr., NASA astronaut and U.S. Navy captain, actually will be the first black man to go to the moon and beyond. Christina Cook, Artemis II mission specialist. She holds the record for the longest single space flight by a woman. She spent 328 days in space, just shy of a year. Jeremy Hansen, Artemis II mission specialist, Canadian Space Agency astronaut. He will be the first non-American to go to the moon. He has joked that if something goes wrong, NASA will have to blame Canada. Gio, what's the clock telling us right now? Oh, 5 minutes, 16 seconds.
This is getting real, Lindsay. 5 minutes away, and that's just incredible. You know, one of the other things that's really awesome about these astronauts, because I've been able to speak with a lot of them, is that, for the lack of a better phrase, they're really down to earth. Aside from being so incredibly smart, they are so down to earth. They are real, amazing people. And one of the things they all tell me, all astronauts tell me, is that the moment they get up in space and they look out that window and they see that brilliant, crystal blue ball of Earth, they see us all as one. And that's where it really hits them, and it really resonates that we are one in terms of being one human race. It's just quite incredible what they say. They call it a spiritual experience to be up there and see the Earth like that. And so, as you said, Christina Cook, 328 days in space, an incredibly long time in space already. You are talking about people who are truly space vets, and they are going up there now to do this incredibly monumental task.
And Reed Wiseman, to your point, Gio, talked about being down on Earth and looking up at the moon in recent nights and thinking, the next time I see the same sight from the ground, I will have been there. And you just have to imagine, Susan, that this moment is super exciting. You've been there before. Kind of walk us through the nerves, the excitement, just the magnitude of the moment.
This is what allows that to happen.
It is pure excitement. I don't recall any nerves. Jeremy especially, this is his first flight. So this is his first opportunity to go into space. And pretty soon, everything's going to become on internal power. They will no longer be connected to external power. And then they've got 2 minutes to go.
And we're looking at pictures of you, Susan, when you were in space. Of course, astronaut is a Greek word for star sailor. Just walk us through what's going to happen. We know that it's just going to take 8 minutes, Susan, for them to get into orbit. Give us a little preview of what we're about to see here.
Okay, you're going to see the engine flight. And for those down at the Kennedy Space Center, they're going to feel it. 6 seconds later, those rockets are going to fire once the computer has determined that the engines are working well. And then off they go. And it's almost like it levitates off the pad. It's not like it zooms off the pad. It basically levitates off the pad. And then it quickly gets up within a minute, supersonic speeds. And in 2 minutes, the rockets are going to come off. And it goes up to, I think, 4 Gs to get to 17,500 miles an hour.
Almost approaching the 2-minute mark. Just want to listen in for a moment.
In the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis II crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
One minute.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS, go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Humanity's next great voyage begins. We just heard it here. The baton has been passed from launch control in Florida to mission control in Houston. Gio, give us a sense of what you're seeing and feeling on the ground there.
Have you the same?
Lindsay, I cannot look away, quite frankly. I cannot look away because this is just so spectacular. You are talking about a spacecraft that has just made the entire ground here just shake. It vibrates up your body. I always tell people, make sure your feet are on the ground. Make sure that you are feeling it. And we are seeing a gorgeous, gorgeous liftoff here. There is not a cloud in the sky. All of Florida at this point should have been able to see that launch and still see this out in the sky, just as you're seeing it right there on TV right now. It's truly incredible. The sounds you feel, the emotion you feel as that vibration moves through your body. It's quite incredible, Lindsay.
A mission with so much promise. You see the faces there, all eyes looking upward, capturing this moment. The rocket boosters are about to separate. They have just separated. What a day for humanity and space exploration, Dr. Oluseyi.
Oh my goodness. I was holding my breath. I'm always both excited and scared during a launch. This is spectacular. I wish I was there.
No one really expects to be able to bear witness to something like this. As I said earlier, if you're under the age of 55, you haven't seen it. What does it mean to you to see this?
Well, this is a new frontier. We are now going back to that frontier of the moon. We are a new America. We are a new planet Earth. And now this is the next step. This is the very beginning. And hopefully this will become a common occurrence.
250,000-mile trip that they are about to take to get to the moon. Susan, give us a sense of your reaction here.
I think it was picture perfect. It couldn't have been any better. They've still got a few minutes before main engine cutoff when they get in orbit. But so far, everything's looking perfect.
And Dr. Ariane Anderson, I want to bring you in, if you can hear me. Give us a sense of the physiological changes that the crew is going through in this moment.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the common line.
Thrown back in their seats, which is part of the reason that they lay down flat when they load into the Orion capsule. And then once they reach that MECO, that main engine cutoff, they'll be waiting. Their bodies will start adapting over the next few hours and the next few days to be better prepared to live and work in space.
And talk to us about the medical system that's on board Orion and the health medical research that they have. Well, first, I do want to take a listen in again. Doctor, I want to bring you back in there. Same question to you, the medical system on board on Orion and the health medical research that they have access to as well.
Well, at the cornerstone of this mission really is looking at how the human being integrates into a larger engineering system like a rocket ship. So a lot of the systems on the rockets, they behave predictably. We can test them to failure. But the human being often are prone to failure randomly. Tonight I could go home and have appendicitis. But then we also are resilient and innovative and creative. And so the big point of this mission is really to see how our human systems, how the life support systems help support our crew and make sure that this vehicle is the workhorse we need to be as we push further and further to the moon and further into space.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
Integrity, of course, the name that the crew actually gave their spacecraft.
Passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
10,000 miles per hour. We just saw a few fist pumps and, of course, applause there on the ground. And that capsule is the size of 2 minivans. So you have 4 people who are going to be spending the next 10 days. Of course, there's a little more space, actually, because no gravity in there. You can actually kind of float around above. Susan, I understand that it's typical for these missions for you to bring a little stuffed animal, and I understand that they have a little plushie that was actually designed by a second grader, a plushie toy named Rise, actually, and it is the official zero-G indicator, an object that basically is designed to indicate to the crew when they're able to float, because of course they are strapped in. Did you have something similar like that? So you kind of wait to see that stuffed animal float to get a sense of that you have reached the official zero-G.
2 seconds into the flight.
Lindsay, we did not, and I don't know when that became popular, but as soon as the engine's cut off, even though you're strapped in, you float into the strap. And so you know it instantly.
Mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark.
And we are about to hear
now
main
84 miles
engine cutoff, or MECO.
Miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open. AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time.
Dr. Oluche, give us an understanding of once they arrive at the moon in several more days.
Space Launch System core stage.
As we're hearing now, they're about to have the engine cut off in 10 seconds. They may not even have to really use their engines, because a lot of this slingshot maneuver, as we're describing, a lot of it, the pull of the gravity from the moon will bring them back.
Yes, when you are a physics student, sometimes you take a class called orbital mechanics. And what you learn is that motion in space is not like motion here on the surface of the Earth. You actually are doing orbits no matter where you're going.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Listening in for the clues to see where we are right now.
Flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft.
Susan, it sounds like this has been a textbook launch. Everything has gone exactly as planned.
Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook.
That's exactly right, Lindsay. It was textbook.
At the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Dr. Anderson, I want to bring you back in here. I understand that you just returned from a Mars Desert Research Station in Utah, trying to understand how to survive in Mars, because that could be the ultimate step here that this mission is heading us toward. What did that entail?
Yeah, so we have a course at the University of Colorado where we take engineering students and we teach them kind of the fundamentals of medicine and how that might apply in a spaceflight environment. We believe that the solutions to a lot of the challenges around human health in spaceflight are going to require medical operations, they're going to require clinicians, and they're going to require engineers. And so our goal is to get folks together, put them through complex simulations, and start working the problem and figuring out how we can keep people healthy and happy and productive on the moon or Mars.
What are some possible medical advances in particular that could ultimately result from a mission like this?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think we want to be sure that this vehicle performs the way we expect. One thing that people keep talking about is radiation. The radiation environment outside of the Earth's atmosphere and outside of the Earth's orbit is much higher. And so we want to better understand how high energy particles might affect human beings. And that can translate back to therapeutics and approaches to human health back here on Earth.
Good, Ned.
And of course, Dr. Oluseyi, you were mentioning earlier that there is this geopolitical race. Give us a sense of why we are trying to get back to the moon before China, for example.
Yeah, you have China, you have the European Space Agency, you have a lot of private companies that are setting their sights on the moon. But yet and still, NASA is still the leader. And this is a demonstration of NASA's technical leadership. But one thing I also want to mention is we went to a visualization, and conspiracy theorists have hit on the fact that we get video close to ground, but then we go to a visualization in space. And that's because there isn't a second camera up there to look at the spacecraft. So it is not a conspiracy. It is the best you can do.
That is confirmed, complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up.
Susan, what are you watching for as a former NASA astronaut as you are watching these pictures?
Their launch and entry suit.
I'm looking towards the next steps. So the next big one is the solar arrays deploying.
Now, not as needed.
And if they don't deploy, they don't go anywhere. So they come back to Earth. So every step of the way, there's a burn coming up soon to circularize their low Earth orbit before they go into high Earth orbit.
Tasks of activating some of
I want to bring in historian Jim Bell, professor at Arizona State University, the School of Earth and Space Exploration. Thanks so much for joining us on this momentous occasion, Professor. You've talked before about this being a dress rehearsal at full scale. What did you mean by that?
Working towards the
well, nobody has gone beyond low Earth orbit for more than 50 years. Right? So this crew, this amazing heroic crew, I still got goosebumps.
Specialist Christina Cook and
they are pathfinders, right? They're pathfinders for the astronauts that are going to go back to the surface of the moon. Pathfinders for the astronauts who are going to go on to Mars eventually. So it really is historic.
Of course, we heard from Susan earlier saying it. At one point, we're looking forward to the day when this is just about humans. But of course, this crew does represent a much more diverse humanity than Apollo did. You have the first woman, first person of color, first non-American to travel the lunar distance. What does that mean to you?
Well, look, I mean, these are incredible, heroic professionals, right? They're scientists, they're engineers, they're heavily trained individuals. They're representatives of the entire planet heading out to beyond our planet, out to our nearest celestial neighbor. So I'm incredibly proud of, all of us are incredibly proud of the work that they're doing, and the crew of the thousands of engineers and scientists and managers, administrators supporting them. It's really amazing.
Christina Cook and Jeremy
And I want to bring in Cody Page, an engineer, professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia. Your reaction, Cody, as you watch this?
I'm so inspired, tearing up. I feel like I'm witnessing history. This is such an exciting moment for all of us. I'm, as a woman in engineering and I'm a Canadian, I feel especially attached to the crew that's going, and just seeing this is incredible. Really being a part of history right now.
What does this mean for space flight?
This is a huge moment for spaceflight. We talk about the Apollo era, we talk about the shuttle era, and this is truly the beginning of the Artemis era. This is a shift from humans being in low Earth orbit and our focus really being in low Earth orbit for so many years now, and going back into deep space. This is changing the focus of NASA and hopefully of countries around the world. As we can see, Canadians and there's payloads from different countries around the world that are part of this mission. This is the beginning of a new era.
It's my understanding that these astronauts are going to be able to see aspects of the moon, the far side of the moon, that have never been seen by human eyes before. What might we expect them to observe? And I also understand that they may lose communication with mission control for a period of time while the moon is blocking or kind of in between them and Earth for a short amount of time. But what might we be able to glean from them being able to see the far side of the moon?
Yeah, it's incredibly exciting. They're going to be able to see parts of the moon that have never been seen before, and part of that I mentioned before that our brains are really the most exciting part of what's going there, and they're going to be looking at geological features on the lunar surface that can tell us about its formation, about where we're going to be going at the South Pole, about how we might find water ice on the moon, which is going to be extremely important when we have the Artemis IV astronauts go and be able to land on the surface of the moon. And a big part of going, the communication aspect of that and losing communication is being able to test this communication on the far side of the moon and be able to test in real time. So they're actually going to have scientists involved in this portion of the mission and be able to talk to the astronauts and discuss with them what they're finding. So part of that blackout is going to be the astronauts really making use of their knowledge of the geology of the moon.
And Cody, stay with us here. When NASA announced its intention to return to the moon, they said they were going back to stay. And recently they shared its blueprint for building a moon base. In the first phase of the $20 billion plan called Build, Test, Learn, they'll work with commercial space partners to send rovers, instruments, and technology to the lunar surface between now and 2028. In phase 2, between 2029 and 2033, they'll deliver the early infrastructure, building a semi-habitable area for astronauts. At this point, astronauts will be able to live and work on the moon's surface on a regular basis, which is really phenomenal. And during phase 3, slated for 2033 to 2036, NASA and its partners will deliver larger habitats and vehicles to the moon, establishing a permanent human presence on lunar surface. For the moon-based plan to be able to work, NASA is going to need a lot of help from its commercial space partners, especially SpaceX and Blue Origin. Both companies are building lunar landers capable of transporting astronauts from the Orion capsule to the lunar surface. SpaceX is working on a version of its Starship spacecraft. Blue Origin calls its craft the Blue Moon Lander. NASA is planning to test these landers during the Artemis III mission in 2027, not on the moon, but in Earth's orbit. Artemis IV and V in 2028 could see one or both of these lunar landers actually take astronauts to the moon's surface. And Dr. Olusheye, I want to bring you back in here because when we're talking about NASA and the history, it sounds like this really could be one of the last solo missions from NASA. This is really kind of old school NASA playbook, but we know that it is a little less expensive, still very expensive, but to use some of the private companies like Blue Origin and SpaceX. So in the next few steps of this phase, it sounds like these private companies will very much be a part of the plan.
Absolutely. And in a way, they always have been, right? And that's one of the big difficulties about creating a spacecraft like this, is the fact that you have all these components coming from multiple vendors that are providing systems that have to be integrated into one complete system that has to work flawlessly. But America has been really good throughout the 20th century and into the 21st century in funding fundamental research, turning that into commercial products, spinning off private companies, and you have this government, university, private company ecosystem that has kept us at the cutting edge of technology for the planet. And we need to continue investing.
Cody, I want to bring you back in here. We've talked quite a bit about radiation. Why is it so important to learn about radiation in deep space?
So in deep space, we experience radiation in two formats. So there's the galactic cosmic radiation, which is a consistent background radiation that comes from supernova deep in space. And this is these really fast, really heavy ions that can be extremely damaging for humans. And then there's also the danger of radiation that can come from solar particle events. So these are flares that are coming from our sun that we sometimes see in our magnetosphere, and these can be very dangerous. There were some Apollo missions that came very close to some solar particle events. So we want to better understand that radiation in deep space so that we can make sure that for future missions we're able to protect our astronauts from that radiation.
Gio, I want to go back to you. Give us a sense, are the crowd still there, kind of basking in the afterglow, so to speak, or are people packing up?
They're basking, but they're starting to get back to work because they were here working. But you know, Lindsay, it struck me as I was watching, all of our hearts were racing as we approached that final countdown. I'm sure that's what you felt too. And so I've asked astronauts, what is it that you're feeling in those final moments when you're there on that spaceship? And basically, I was trying to find out, how do you deal with all that stress? It could help all of us, right? And they basically say, you know what, Gio? We relax into it because we've prepared. And what we witnessed today here was that preparation to make history.
We all witnessed that preparation. And Susan, I want to bring you back in here to give us a sense of why it's so important for humans rather than machines to take this voyage.
You know, machines can do a lot, but they can't do everything. You know, back in the original Apollo days, machines could not have picked all the particular rocks per se. They, you know, so we need the people and the machines. There is a role for both.
Dr. Olu Shea, I've been seeing you kind of, you know, bouncing your knees around, went from maybe nerves to just excitement. How are you feeling going forward?
Joy. I am feeling intense joy. I had some nervousness, I had some excitement, but now it's turned to joy. They're in orbit. The hardest, most dangerous part of the mission before re-entry is done. And now, you know, they're getting busy doing the science. I can only imagine how ecstatic they are on board. They have tasks to do. But when you're a scientist, when you're an engineer, you love doing that work. As a former Navy seaman, go Navy, right? We got half the crew is former Navy.
And I understand, too, that Nat Geo was able to give the astronauts on board cameras, train them how to use cameras. This is the first time we're going to see smartphones in use inside that capsule. What kind of images? Because we all remember the black and white grainy images of the moon from more than 50 years ago. What kind of visuals will we be able to bring back 10 days from now?
You'd be surprised, right? When I was at NASA, I managed a program out of Johnson Space Center where they were actually using the astronauts' own photographs through the window of the space shuttle in order to do science here on Earth. And now they're going to do the same thing for the moon.
Dr. Olu Shea, our thanks to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
To all who has been a part of our team and our crew here at ABC News, we thank you so much. Artemis II is now on its way. We will follow its journey and track every milestone. For now, we return you to your regular programming. For some of you, that's World News Tonight. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Lindsay Davis.
Breaking tonight on ABC News Live Prime, America's historic mission to the moon takes off.
And liftoff.
The giant Artemis II rocket blasts off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, taking 4 astronauts on a 10-day mission to the moon and back. It's the first journey of its kind in more than 50 years. The historic crew, the first African-American, first woman, and first Canadian to head to the moon, taking the first giant step in a return to the moon's surface. ABC News Live Prime has team coverage tonight. In less than 2 hours, President Trump is expected to address the nation on the war with Iran. This as oil prices soar. President Trump's poll numbers sink, and the administration continues with mixed messages on the conflict. The ongoing war in Iran also causing jet fuel prices to take a dramatic increase, how those prices will change the price you pay to fly, and how to protect paying a fortune for your summer vacation. The urgent search for an American journalist kidnapped in Iraq, an Iranian allied group believed to be responsible, what we know about her abduction. The Supreme Court hears arguments on birthright citizenship, a right that was first guaranteed in the 14th Amendment. As the justices are skeptical of the government's arguments, President Trump sits in court.
From ABC News, this is Prime with Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm Perry Russ. I'm in for Lindsay Davis. Thank you for streaming with us. A successful liftoff for NASA's Artemis II rocket, the first crew journey around the moon in more than 50 years. Well, the site at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, the engines igniting, the spacecraft lifting off, propelled by one of the most powerful rockets ever made. The first critical minutes of its flight going just as planned. At the top of the rocket, 4 astronauts strapped into the Orion spacecraft. They are setting out on a 10-day mission, going deeper into space than anyone has ever gone before. They will first orbit the Earth and fire up a rocket that will take them to the moon. They'll travel to the dark side of the moon before coming back to Earth. The ship has officially crossed the boundary into space. A 10-day mission has a lofty goal: prepare the way for future flights that will land astronauts on the moon who will build a permanent base there. We have extensive team coverage tonight from ABC News reporters and former astronauts and flight experts, but first, Gio Benitez leads us off from Kennedy Space Center tonight.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins. Tonight, the Artemis II mission is underway. 4 astronauts on a 10-day mission to the moon and back.
Roger, roll pitch.
The Orion spacecraft lifting off, powered by that massive 322-foot-tall, 6 million-pound rocket packed with more than 700,000 gallons of liquid oxygen and hydrogen.
Passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
Crowds at Kennedy Space Center clamoring to watch it soar through the air.
Guidance converged.
On board, Commander Reed Weissman, a 50-year-old fighter pilot and father of 2 from Baltimore, who's led multiple spacewalks while on board the International Space Station. In the pilot's seat, Captain Victor Glover. He's from Pomona, California, and he and his wife Deanna have 4 children. Mission Specialist Christina Cook, who made history as part of an all-female spacewalk back in 2019, and Canadian Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. It's the father of 3's first time going into space
space and the first Canadian to shoot to the moon. Before launch, teams checking those suits. Then, just as astronauts have done in past missions, a bit of superstition, playing cards until everyone loses a hand to leave bad luck behind. Then a group photo and a thank you to their support team. And just like the Apollo astronauts did before them some 50 years ago, the astronauts walking out of those famous doors to the outside world.
Thank you all for being out here. It's a great day for us.
Saying one final goodbye to their family and friends before they hopped in the Astrovan for the ride to Launch Complex 39B at Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral. Their path lined with supporters waving flags and cheering, a quick thumbs up before taking the elevator up to the capsule. Teams in the sterile white room helping the astronauts with their gloves and helmets, then shutting the hatch door. The spacecraft, about the size of a 6-person tent, the astronauts nicknamed it Integrity. Orion will orbit the Earth for the first day as crews with mission control make sure all systems are working properly. Then they'll slingshot towards the moon and around it, seeing the far side of the moon for the first time in more than half a century. Once they're out of the moon's orbit, Earth's gravity takes over, and with the help of 12 thrusters that keep the capsule on track, Orion heads back to Earth. Hitting Earth's atmosphere at nearly 25,000 miles an hour, Orion's heat shield will protect the crew from temperatures nearing 5,000 degrees before it splashes down in the Pacific.
Splashdown.
They won't land on the moon. This mission is a quest to test the abilities of the Orion spacecraft, which NASA plans to use as America's vehicle for future lunar journeys as they work to establish a long-term presence there and hopefully use the moon as a base to explore other planets like Mars.
And we'll check in with Gio on the ground in just a moment. Let's bring in retired NASA astronaut, aerospace engineer, Navy test pilot, and commander of 2 space shuttle missions, Susan Kilrain. Susan, thank you for joining us. So just how historic is this moment for the entire space program?
Well, it's huge. I mean, we're going back to the moon after more than 50 years, but we're going back there with a purpose. It's a new rocket, it's a new spacecraft, and we're going to get new lunar landers. So, I mean, this is pivotal in the space program.
Can you give us a sense of what the astronauts are feeling right now, minutes after takeoff?
You know, as excited as they are that it did launch and everything went well, they're busy. This is the busiest day of the entire mission, where they have several burns to complete, a lot of things to test out. In fact, they're not even allowed a full, night of sleep. They get 2 little 4-hour naps in between other stuff on this first day in space. And then tomorrow, the second day in space, they're going to do the translunar injection burn where they'll head off to the moon.
When you were going through this, what was going through your mind as the countdown was happening?
You know, I was thinking of Jeremy because it's his first flight, and it was my first flight on STS-83. And people asked, was I scared or nervous or anything? I was more concerned about not messing it up. The pilot had a lot of responsibility during launch of a space shuttle. The engines, the hydraulic systems, the electrical systems, and I had a lot of things I had to do in order for the launch to even happen. So I was more focused on not messing it up.
So let's talk about this mission here. What are some of the main points of this mission for the next 10 days?
The biggest point really is checking out all the systems on the Orion capsule, the maneuvering especially. Can it maneuver in close proximity to the upper stage? That's going to be huge. They're also going to test out the life control systems, like does the carbon dioxide scrubber work properly to scrub carbon dioxide out of the air? How about the humidity that they generate when they exercise? Does that system work properly? The waste containment system or space toilet, the galley where they rehydrate their food. I mean, they're going to test out every system. So by Artemis III, they're ready to move on to the next phase.
Susan Kilrain, thank you for your time. Let's bring in Mola Langi. He is in Florida near the Kennedy Space Center where those large crowds of spectators have gathered to witness history. Mola, what are you seeing there behind you right now?
Well, Perry, you know, it was electric out here. Thousands of people gathered here in Titusville, Florida. We're just across the water from the Kennedy Space Center. It was a great vantage point to watch Artemis II launch, a great vantage point for history, to be a part of and witness history. And that's why so many people came out here to be a part of history. You know, we talked to folks who are old enough to remember the Apollo missions of the 1960s and 70s, and they remember being captivated by that and wanted to sort of reconnect to that childhood wonder and that childhood fascination. There were folks who were not around for those Apollo missions who wanted to sort of be a part of this next chapter in history. Some folks who brought their kids out here to create some lifelong memories. It was absolutely electric. The crowd was on their feet, cheering, clapping, watching that launch. It's the sort of thing, Perry, that I imagine NASA would be encouraged to see that level of public interest, that level of excitement in these crowds and in the American public. You know, I'm reminded of something I heard earlier today, that there was a time where NASA astronauts were household names, you know, during the Apollo missions, that everyone knew who the astronauts were. That's not really the case anymore, but the NASA administrator saying, leading up to this launch, saying earlier this week that he thought, that he hoped, he believed that the Artemis missions, that this launch would do a lot for reigniting the public's passion, their interest, their excitement in space exploration. He even joked that he thought that this year for Halloween, you'd see a lot more kids dressed up as astronauts. So if what we saw out here is any indication, any sign of that public interest, it's certainly there and perhaps growing at this point, Perry.
Mola Lenghi, we will see. Thank you so much, Mola. Let's go to Gio Benitez on the ground there at the Kennedy Space Center. You just saw this incredible liftoff. What did you see? What did you feel? What did you hear, Gio?
Oh my gosh, Perry, I got to tell you, what I felt, that is what's really incredible, because I always tell people when you're at a launch, have your feet on the ground. Have your feet on the ground, because you will feel the vibrations coming up your feet, up your body, and it is just unbelievable. You feel the power and the force of this rocket, and that is exactly what we saw happen here. And it's remarkable because moments before, we were actually hearing about possible issues. They were talking about the flight termination system having issues. They were talking about batteries having issues with the abort system. Those are all critical pieces of emergency technology that they would need if something were to go wrong. But Perry, I got to tell you, this was a picture-perfect launch. It was absolutely beautiful. And people all across the state of Florida, some of my friends, they're texting me and they're saying, I saw it because we had such clear skies. I really haven't seen weather quite as perfect as this. So this really was the day that they meant to launch it. No April Fool's joke here. This happened. And now these astronauts are up there in space and they are getting ready for this 10-day mission, 685,000-mile journey all around the moon and back. It's really quite remarkable because history has been made here today and will be made here the moment they land and splash down in the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, what a moment, Gio. Thank you so much. Now let's go to Cody Page, a professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University. She specializes in the development of a wearable radiation shield that will help the mission for permanent human presence on the moon. So, Cody, thank you for joining us. What can you tell us about the radiation in deep space?
There's a lot more radiation in space than what we experience here on Earth. Here we're protected by the atmosphere and by our magnetosphere, but as we go deeper into space, we're exposed to much different types of radiation, really fast and heavy particles, as well as solar flares that come from the sun that can be very, very damaging for humans. So a lot of what this mission is doing is going to be studying that radiation and seeing how we can protect humans for future missions as we spend more and more time in deep space.
So these astronauts have been training both in the classroom setting as well as in the field for the geology portion of this mission. What did that look like?
That's right. None of these astronauts are originally geologists, but now they're all geologists. They went out into the field. They got to spend time in both Iceland and in Labrador in Canada. And they studied the specific geological features that they're going to be seeing and looking for on the lunar surface. So impact craters and lava as well. So those are really the two that they were studying in Iceland and Canada. And then they do a lot of learning in the classroom and in the lab to better understand understand the geology so they know what to look for as they're going around the moon.
And then, Cody, for this mission, what's the biggest question that you have? What's the question you want answered?
I want to know basically how it all works for future missions, which is, I think the biggest goal of this is to set us up for success for the Artemis program. This is the start of an era, the start of the Artemis era. As we saw the Apollo era and the shuttle era, and now Artemis, this is really the big first step in getting us back to the moon. And I am so excited to see how that's going to turn out.
Cody Page, thank you for your time. So as these 4 NASA astronauts embark on this historic mission, their bodies will go through several changes and challenges during spaceflight. So joining us now to discuss is Dr. Arian Anderson, Assistant Professor of Emergency Medicine at the University of Colorado. He also spent several years at NASA studying human health during Moon and Mars missions. So thank you for joining us tonight. What are the main things that happen to the body during a mission like this?
Yeah, I mean, they're numerous. Sometimes I like to kind of turn the question on its head a little bit and envision, like, what's the perfect atmospheric conditions for a human being? We like 70 degrees and a breeze, maybe a little bit of humidity. We like open space, social groups, plenty of food and water, essentially like San Diego, California. And space is kind of like the opposite of San Diego. We have to engineer everything to keep the human being alive. And even then, our bodies undergo a lot of adaptation as soon as we're exposed to microgravity or weightlessness. So what we'll see for these astronauts, for example, in the next coming minutes to days, is something called space motion sickness. And essentially what that is your vestibular system and your inner ear kind of tells you where your body is in space and how your head is tilting, kind of what rotation it's at. And in space and microgravity, without the gravitational force pushing down on it, your vestibular system sends your brain all kinds of weird signals. And so our astronauts are almost seasick for the first couple of days of space flight. They're nauseous, they don't want to eat. Sometimes they're even throwing up and having a hard time performing their specific functions. And that's just like one specific organ system. It applies to basically every organ system in our bodies.
We know what happens to the human body when it goes to the dark side of the moon. This is the first time we're ever doing this.
Yeah, certainly, we've sent astronauts out and around the moon as part of Apollo. Those were relatively limited missions. There have been 12 people to ever walk on the lunar surface. And so we're hoping that the Artemis program, if we're planning on building a lunar habitat, maybe colonizing Mars, certainly having a long-term human presence, we're hoping these types of missions are going to start to fill in the gaps and help us understand what we don't know about some of the changes that will occur.
I want to talk about something that you just did. So you just returned from the Mars Desert Research Station in Utah, which is pretty cool, exploring how to survive on Mars. How do astronauts prepare for a mission like Artemis?
Yeah, I mean, from the medical side of things, they do a lot of simulation. They learn how to care for each other. There's only 4 of them. They're hundreds of thousands of miles away from the nearest hospital. And so they have to learn basic interventions and make sure that the medical system supporting them and the medical teams at Mission Control can help them kind of manage anything that they need throughout the course of their mission.
Dr. Arian Anderson, thank you.
Thanks.
So to our next story tonight, President Trump addressing the nation for the first time since the start of the war with Iran. In the last 5 weeks, the president has offered conflicting signals on the reasons and goals for this conflict. While here at home, polling shows Americans are eager for the war to end. Here's ABC's chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce.
Tonight, 5 weeks after launching this war with Iran, President Trump, for the first time, set to address the nation in prime time.
We're finishing the job, and I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer to do the job.
But it's not clear what conditions need to be met for the president to end this conflict. And while he's vowing this will be over soon, today he said in an interview, quote, "We'll come back to do spot hits on Iranian targets as needed." According to the president, Iran is asking for a ceasefire, but Trump says the U.S. will only consider it when the Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear, saying until then we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. But moments later, Iran said they haven't asked for any ceasefire. One top official warning the U.S. the Strait of Hormuz will certainly reopen, but not for you. The president has argued it's up to other countries to reopen the strait. But Iran's chokehold on the critical waterway has sent gas prices in the U.S. skyrocketing to over $4 a gallon. Trump insists those prices will come down quickly once the operation ends.
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon, and they'll become tumbling down.
Tonight's address comes after weeks of mixed messages and head-spinning threats from the president. And as polling shows, Americans are eager for this war to end. 60% of Americans disapprove of the military operation, and 2/3 say the U.S. should work to end this conflict quickly. But the president insists his operation is succeeding. Just 24 hours ago, he said the U.S. had achieved his goal of preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon, though he presented no evidence.
I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not have nuclear weapons.
But today, Trump said he's not concerned about removing Iran's remaining stockpile of enriched uranium, saying that's so far underground, I don't care about that. And tonight, President Trump, frustrated with NATO allies who are refusing to join the war effort, even though he gave them no heads up, is again threatening to leave the alliance, saying he is, quote, absolutely considering pulling the U.S. out of NATO. Perry.
Mary, thank you. In the Middle East, American bombers are striking new targets in Iran. President Trump still refusing to rule out putting troops on the ground. It comes amid the urgent search for an American journalist believed to have been kidnapped by an Iranian-backed militia in Iraq. Here's ABC's Matt Rivers.
Tonight, stunning new video as the U.S. unleashes furious attacks across Iran, with the world watching President Trump's speech. Huge explosions seen in video circulating online, this one in the city of Isfahan, flames and smoke filling the sky. Officials tonight say more than 12,000 targets have been hit. And after those comments from President Trump today, dismissing concerns about Iran's highly enriched uranium, tonight a source telling ABC News the president was recently briefed on a variety of options to send ground troops into Iran, including the potential seizure of that highly enriched uranium. It would likely involve a large special operations force. Ground forces could also be used to seize Iran's key oil hub of Karg Island. No final decisions have been made, but with the Strait of Hormuz still effectively shut down, there's no end in sight to those skyrocketing oil and gas prices. And in Iraq tonight, the FBI joining the urgent search for kidnapped American journalist Shelley Kittleson, seen here struggling as she's forced into a car in Baghdad.
I do think that she was certainly targeted because she's American. Also that she is one of the very few journalists who goes into the region. A lot of people know her and it's possible that she was on the radar.
Iraqi authorities say an Iran-backed militia is behind the kidnapping.
Perry, a U.S. official tells ABC News that American journalist was warned of specific threats against her, but she chose to keep doing her work. Perry?
Matt Rivers, thanks. For more on this, let's bring in ABC News contributor and former U.S. ambassador to NATO, retired Lieutenant General Doug Lute. Doug, thank you for joining us. So what do you expect to hear from President Trump tonight, and why the update now, do you think?
Well, I think at the 1 month mark, the president will aim to set the stage with the American people and the world for his conditions for a U.S. ending of the conflict. So at least the U.S. part of the conflict. I think he'll claim that the regime has in effect been changed because senior leaders have been killed and subsequently replaced. He'll, I think, go into some detail on the military objectives of the campaign having reached their goals. So this has to do with the Iranian Navy, the Air Force, rockets, drones, production facilities, and so forth. And then he'll make some claim about or some statement about the nuclear program. Unclear what he can firmly commit to in that regard, however, because we still don't have firm control of the roughly 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium.
President Trump said that we will be out of Iran soon, but also said that we will come back to do spot hits on Iranian targets as needed. What do you make of this?
Well, I think he's keeping open the option, probably in alliance with Israel, that if Iran were able to resurrect its strike capabilities, so think, for example, its missile program, if it does not agree to open the Strait of Hormuz, or if there's evidence of advancement on the nuclear front, that the U.S. reserves the right to come back and strike again. Probably more like the strikes last June, sort of an overnight strike, pinpoint strike, in and out, rather than this 30-day campaign.
I have a NATO question for you, since you are the former U.S. ambassador to NATO. So Trump threatened to pull out of NATO. This is not the first time he has done this. He's criticized our allies for not joining the war effort. What impact could these threats have, do you think?
Well, they're already having an impact. Look, the alliance for over 70 years has been founded on U.S. leadership and trust and confidence among the allies. And in both of those cases, I think the Trump administration has introduced questions about U.S. leadership and certainly has eroded trust and confidence among allies. You know, to formally depart NATO, the president would require a vote of 2/3 of the Senate, agreement by 2/3 of the Senate, or another act of Congress. So in formal terms, there's a legislative component of departing NATO. But in practical terms, he can do a lot of damage. He can withdraw American troops, withdraw intelligence sharing, withdraw senior American civilian and military staff from NATO headquarters, so that there's a lot he can do in practical terms to further erode European allied confidence in U.S. leadership.
Retired Lieutenant General Doug Luke, thank you. And make sure you guys stay with us for the president's address to the nation at 9 p.m. Eastern right here on ABC News Live. Coming up, President Trump inside the Supreme Court today for oral arguments in a monumental case about birthright citizenship. We'll have the details. Plus, we have the latest on Megan Thee Stallion's condition after being rushed to the hospital during a Broadway performance. And Hershey says it will shift back to the classic recipe of its most popular products.
My marriage ended with a 911 call.
I'm sorry, Jeffrey!
He said, "You're not gonna leave, and if you do, I will kill you." That night, I went and bought a gun.
This is betrayal.
Sunday night on ABC and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
All you gotta do is go, "What's up?"
What's that?
Go practice.
Do not ask me how much longer.
How much longer, mamacita?
Bambi?
What do we do? No more sad sack. Full-on fun sack.
That's what I'm talking about.
Is this hard to talk about?
Yeah,
Seattle ground, about to take off. It's gonna be crazy. I did a kind of a bad thing. So you hijacked the plane? Yeah.
He hasn't flown an airplane before.
How did he get that plane in the air, and how did no one know?
Hey, you think this thing can do a barrel roll? Trying to figure out how to use the autopilot first. Boring.
He's going upside down. Holy!
Can we cut the cameras?
This is probably like jail time for life, huh?
Sheriff's office, come outside with your hands up! Show me your hands!
Somebody got shot. His mom got shot. Right here, right here!
There is terror. Children have seen their mother get shot.
Take a step back because they're going to try to pick her up.
Why would a woman kill an unarmed neighbor who knocked on her door?
She wants to have a conversation.
Correct.
And instead she gets a bullet.
I screamed.
Could have been any of us that knocked on that door that night.
All new 2020, Friday night on ABC and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
I believed in this world once. It's easier to accept a story than believe that the people around you are monsters.
We gather here tonight to bring women back to their rightful place. Blessed be the fruit.
It was time for us to change things.
You're a dream to me.
This is what you need to know.
We'll take you straight to where news is happening.
And give you what you need to know all in under 10 minutes.
Every day, only on Disney Plus.
We'll take you to
Paris, Egypt, India, Doha, Ukraine,
Tokyo, Scotland, inside the White House and Capitol Hill, on the red carpet at the Oscars.
Wherever news is breaking,
anywhere in the world,
we'll take you right there.
The top stories, the latest headlines, the viral moments, what everyone's talking about.
What you need to know, all in under 10 minutes.
New episodes streaming every day.
Only on Disney Plus.
The View's topics are red hot, and this week Brandy Norwood and Arsenio Hall both join the ladies. Plus, what'll happen when Whitney Cummings co-hosts? Find out on the most watched show in daytime, ABC's The View, and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
The Supreme Court hearing arguments today over the constitutionality over President Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship. President Trump there in the chamber face-to-face with the justices, most of them with sharp questions about his rationale. Here's ABC's Devin Dwyer.
Tonight, President Trump leaving the Supreme Court after a historic 90-minute first visit by a sitting president, as the government's attorney argued birthright citizenship has become exploited.
We're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out, to where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
For more than a century, the 14th Amendment has given children born on U.S. soil U.S. citizenship, regardless of their parents' legal status. On day one, Trump tried to change that legacy by executive order, excluding children of unauthorized immigrants and temporary visitors like tourists. Today, as hundreds of immigrant advocates rallied outside the court, most of the justices signaled they aren't buying Trump's plan. Justice Neil Gorsuch pointing to the text of the Constitution's citizenship clause, which applies to all persons born in the U.S. Justice Amy Coney Barrett wondering how officials would determine which newborns should be deported.
You're not going to know at the time of birth for some people whether they have the intent to stay or not.
And while Trump's order would only apply going forward, Justice Sonia Sotomayor warning it could be used to take citizenship away.
The government could move to unnaturalize people who were born here of illegal residents.
Perry, the president was attentive and expressionless inside the chamber, posting on social media afterwards that the U.S. is stupid for allowing birthright citizenship. A ruling on the constitutionality of his order to end it is expected by the end of June. Perry.
Our thanks to Devin Dwyer, and joining us now is Sarah Isker, ABC News legal analyst and editor of SCOTUS blog. So, Sarah, this is a conservative court, 3 Trump appointees. What do you make of their skepticism that we saw today toward the Trump administration's arguments?
We've seen this across administrations, presidents, whether it's Biden with student loan debt forgiveness or Trump with tariffs, trying to go around Congress and do government by executive order. The court consistently has been striking down presidents who try to legislate from the White House. I think they're even more skeptical of this birthright citizenship executive order because it's not just trying to go around legislation from Congress. It's also trying to go around the clear text of the 14th Amendment. So not a lot of takers at the court.
President Trump was in court today. Highly unusual. First time ever a sitting president has been at the Supreme Court while arguments are being heard. What do you make of him being there?
I'm not quite sure what he thought would be the effect. You know, for some people, they felt like maybe Solicitor General John Sauer was a little more animated in his hand gestures, but that's about the only effect that anyone can point to. And of course, he left about halfway through the argument. He attacked the justices, calling them dumb before the argument. I expect him to lose this case and to once again attack the justices. Of course, that sort of proves the point that the Supreme Court is an independent branch of government and not simply Republican or Democratic justices, like the Chief Justice has been saying.
And then today's arguments came weeks after the Supreme Court struck down many of Trump's tariffs. Do you think the justices are sending a message about the high court's independence here?
Donald Trump had the worst record at the Supreme Court of any president in U.S. history during his first term, the first president ever to lose more than win cases at the Supreme Court. So far in his second term, he has lost the Alien Enemies Act case. He has lost federalizing the National Guard in Chicago. He has lost the tariffs case, and we expect him to lose this birthright citizenship case as well. He has won other, things he has tried to do within the executive branch, but certainly on his signature initiatives, the Supreme Court has consistently ruled against him.
Sarah Isker, thank you. And coming up, a New York apartment filled with explosives, what authorities are saying about the startling discovery. And jet fuel prices are soaring, how it will affect your summer travel plans. The Points Guy's here with what you need to know.
When I was little watching American Idol, I was sure that I was going to find a way onto that stage. This audition is the first page of my story.
I believe in myself.
I could do this.
I belong here.
Holy crap, I'm auditioning for American Idol.
Wow.
Beautiful.
That's what it's all about.
That was impressive.
I believed in this world once. It's easier to accept a story than believe that the people around you are monsters.
We gather here tonight to bring women back to their rightful place. Blessed be the fruit.
It was time for us to change things.
You're a dream to me.
Somebody's going to answer the door. Take that rag, cover their nose and their mouth. No matter what you see, don't overthink it. Hey, Mike.
You got a twin brother?
Only child. They came back in a time machine to right some wrongs. Have you ever heard of the cannibal assassin?
You look delicious.
I don't want to be eaten. It's not an ideal situation.
Mike and Nick and Alice.
Time to party.
Hey, Nick! Oh, come on, you killed the DJ?
It wasn't on purpose.
Rated R.
Welcome aboard. Cheers to finding our soulmates.
I'm a romantic.
I'm a 10.
How's my hair look?
Whoever you do not choose will be going overboard.
Who came up with this idea? They need their brains checked out.
Let the games begin.
I can compete. I'm a competitor.
This is insane.
What happened to Sarah Stern?
911, where's the emergency? There's a car that's abandoned. It's off to the side of the road.
People were shocked to learn that something like this could happen in their backyard. We didn't know what to think. It was a complete shock.
You just never know. You never know who your friends are. It's kind of scary.
Diabolical, the whole thing.
Now, the stunning all-new 2020 true crime podcast, Bridge of Lies, wherever you listen to podcasts.
What were you fighting for?
My life and the ability to see my kids again.
We heard her screaming, help, help, help me, help me. There's a man trying to kill her. She's blood all over her face.
A prominent doctor now charged with the attempted murder of his wife.
Ariel Koenig takes the stand. You could hear a pin drop.
He just starts hitting my face and my head with a rock.
Edge of Death, 3 Ways to Kill. Now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
As we speak, our enemies are assembling. Whatever happens tonight, I will stand and fight.
Can you stop him?
Not alone.
Sheriff's office, come outside with your hands up!
Why would a woman kill an unarmed neighbor?
I screamed.
All new 2020, Friday on ABC.
You're watching Prime. Here's a look at the stories making headlines right now. A picture-perfect launch for NASA's Artemis II rocket. The spacecraft took off from Kennedy Space Center today on a long-awaited historic mission around the moon. The crew now on a 10-day mission, going deeper into space than anyone has ever gone before. It's all part of a wider mission to build a long-term presence on the moon and building a base there. In the Middle East, stunning new video as the U.S. unleashes new attacks across Iran. Officials said more than 12,000 targets have been hit. And tonight, a source tells ABC News the president was recently briefed on a variety of options to send ground troops into Iran. It would likely involve a large special operations force. No final decisions have been made. A historic first for a sitting president. President Trump attended the Supreme Court arguments on his executive order seeking to end birthright citizenship. Many of the justices appeared skeptical of the administration's arguments that challenge the 14th Amendment. It gives children born on U.S. soil U.S. citizenship regardless of their parents' legal status. A ruling is expected by the end of June. And the partial government shutdown could soon be coming to an end. Republican leaders announced a plan to fully fund the Department of Homeland Security in the coming days. Not clear how this will play out. Members of Congress are away on a 2-week recess. All right, coming up, jet fuel prices are soaring, costing airlines millions of dollars. We're going to examine this rise by the numbers. And we have all the details on a wild chase involving, Bud Light. Stolen beer. Stay with us. Much more Prime ahead.
I believed in this world once. It's easier to accept a story than believe that the people around you are monsters.
We gather here tonight to bring women back to their rightful place. Blessed be the fruit.
It was time for us to change things.
You're a dream to me.
RJ Decker, I'm a private investigator. I'd like to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday. You here to offer me another job?
Maybe we dive in together and find something that connects.
What happened to your eye?
It's complicated.
Somebody's going to answer the door. Take that rag, cover their nose and their mouth. No matter what you see, don't overthink it. Hey, Mike.
You got a twin brother?
Only child. They came back in a time machine to right some wrongs. Have you ever heard of the cannibal assassin?
You look delicious.
I don't want to be eaten. It's not an ideal situation.
Mike and Nick and Alice.
Time to party.
Hey, Nick! Oh, come on, you killed the DJ?
It wasn't on purpose.
Rated R.
Now you can listen to a podcast version of This Week, available free wherever you listen. For 47 years, no one has covered the conflict with Iran like ABC's Nightline. Now, with Operation Epic Fury, Nightline's special coverage, War with Iran. Every new day, every night, every breaking new detail. The reporting you need.
The conflict in the Middle East has caused jet fuel prices to increase dramatically, costing airlines millions of dollars. Airlines have had to look to offset these price hikes by raising the cost of air travel. Let's examine all of this by the numbers. On Monday, the average price of jet fuel hit $4.62, the highest it's been since the war in Iran began in February. Prior to that, the average price of jet fuel was $2.50 per gallon. Typically, 20 to 25% of an airline's cost structure is jet fuel. That number is a little higher for those low-cost carriers. The U.S. airline industry uses around 20 billion gallons of fuel a year compared to the worldwide use. Keep that in mind if the price of jet fuel is even a penny higher for a gallon. That's an extra $200 million in expenses for the year. American and Delta said the jet fuel price surge has cost each airline more than $400 million since the start of the conflict. For United, at current prices, the fuel will cost the airline an additional $11 billion a year. These soaring prices have already impacted the cost of air travel. United said some fares for airlines have jumped by 15 to 20%. So all that raises the question, if you're trying to book your summer vacation,